here. Are we streaming? Oh, yep, we are good. All right, today is Tuesday, September 28th, 2021, for our combined special meeting and work session calling to order. Notice to the public that the City Council may vote to go into executive session to receive legal advice on any of the agendized items. Roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
I'm in attendance.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my honor. Please stand if you can.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Vice Mayor, our mission statement, please.
To protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Excellent. We do have, starting the day with recognition for our Flagstaff Olympic athletes. So if you'll join me up front here. I do believe we have a few in the crowd, right? Awesome. Thank you. Got the whole crew here. Well, first I wanted to introduce and provide a little short bios on each of our Olympic athletes before giving the recognition. And my apologies if I mispronounce names or anything to the sort. Luis Grijalva. You Luis? Yeah. Excellent. Luis represented his birth country of Guatemala in the Summer Olympics in the men's 5K. He qualified for the finals and finished with a personal best time of 13 minutes, 10.09. Luis is a member of the NAU cross-country team, coached by Mike Smith, where he placed first in mile at the 2020 Indoor Big Sky Championships with a time of 4 minutes and 9.79 seconds. He was also a member of the 2017 and 2018 NAU Men's Cross Country National Championship teams and was a cross country Division I All-American in 2018. Alifine Tulamuk. Alifine was born and raised in Tapach, Kenya. She became an American citizen in 2016 after competing in cross country at Wichita State University. She qualified for the 2020 Olympics by winning the U.S. Olympic Women's Marathon Trials in 2020 with a time of 2 hours, 27 minutes, and 23 seconds. Yeah. She then competed for Team USA just months after the birth of her first child, Zoe, in January. Yeah, that's amazing. Alifine runs professionally for Flagstaff Hoka 1-1 Northern Arizona Elite and is coached by Ben Rosario. Rachel Schneider. There we go. Rachel competed in the women's 5K for Team USA and finished with a time of 15 minutes and 0.07 seconds. Yeah. My eyes just keep getting wider every single one of these bios I read. She came to Flagstaff from the East Coast, where she was raised in Maine and ran collegiately at Georgetown University. Rachel has been a mentor and big sister with Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Flagstaff. She runs professionally for Hoka 1-1 and is coached by Mike Smith. Congratulations to Rachel, who also got married just this last weekend. So, and Molly Seidel. There we go, Molly. Molly qualified for Team USA by placing second at the U.S. Olympics Women's Marathon Trials in 2020, which happened to also be her first ever marathon. In Tokyo, Molly took third place in the women's marathon with a time of 2 hours, 27 minutes, and 46 seconds. Winning the first medal for Team USA in the women's marathon since 2004. Wow. Yeah. Right on. Molly ran collegiately for Notre Dame, where in 2015 she was the NCAA Division I National Cross Country Champion. And in 2016, she was the NCAA Division I National Champion in indoor track and field for the 3K and 5K distances. Molly is coached by John Green and runs professionally for Puma. Thank you, Molly. Caitlin Verfurth. Yes, excellent. Caitlin represented Team USA with this year for the fourth time. While she competed in the tennis at the 2004, 2008, and 2016 Paralympic Games, this year she competed in 2 different classes of canoe sprint. In the VA single 200-meter VL2, she reached the finals and finished with a time of 1 hour, 4 minutes, 1 minute, 4.459 seconds. There was a lot of numbers there, I'm sorry. That's awesome. And the kayak single 200-meter KL2, she reached the semifinals and registered a time of 1 minute, 9.247 seconds. Yeah. Locally, Caitlin is the girls' tennis coach at Flagstaff High School and has previously served on the City of Flagstaff's Disability Awareness Commission. She also been involved with Over the Rainbow, a nonprofit that provides scholarships for students needing speech and occupational therapies and in-home care for clients with development disabilities. That's excellent. So now I have a recognition here for you. I, Paul Deasy, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby recognize Luis Grijalva, Alafine Tulamuk, Rachel Schneider, Molly Seidel, and Caitlin Verfurth for their hard work, honorable character, and impressive athletic achievements at the 2020 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Thank you all for being here and all that you did. Here, we get a picture here. If you want to mutually hold it in the middle here, but if we can get a good picture of everyone. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. You can keep it. I need to get a few of them for you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Now the fun's over. We got to get to the serious stuff. All right. We are down to agenda item number 5. This is the appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of PZ 19-00204-03. Appeal of denial of a conditional use permit request from Miramonte Presidio LLC to establish a planned residential development on Tract M within the Presidio and the Pines Master Plan Development. The PRD consists of 39 multifamily residential units on 2.77 acres located at 2940 South Woody Mountain Road within the Highway Commercial Zone. Staff does not have a recommended action other than for council to hear and decide the appeal. Oh, thanks, Santana. Sorry, I forgot to put it back in place.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tiffany Antal, Senior Planner with the City of Flagstaff. Tonight I'm here to present to you on the planned residential development. Since this is a new hearing of the conditional use permit, essentially I'm providing you with the presentation that was provided to the city or to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I would like to note that I have added 2 additional slides since that meeting, just in trying to answer questions about the case. So as previously stated, this is a conditional use permit request from Miramonte to establish a planned residential development on Tract M within the Presidio and the Pines Master Plan development. The planned residential development consists of 39 multifamily residential units on 2.77 acres located at 2940 South Woody Mountain Road within the highway commercial zone. This map shows, labeled with a star, the location of the subject property. It is located in the far southern corner of the Presidio and the Pines Master Plan development. So just in way of background, I wanted to provide some information about the Presidio and the Pines development. The Presidio and the Pines was rezoned in 2004, and it included approximately 91 acres of property. It was rezoned from rural residential, 77 acres of high-density residential, 1 acre of single-family residential, and 13 acres to highway commercial. It's important to note that many of the zoning categories at the time have sort of changed names. We did go through a major zoning code update in 2011, and so while we had a lot more zoning categories before, they were condensed. So the actual category names have changed. I'm just utilizing what the zoning categories are today. Also, the Presidio and the Pines Development Master Plan and the Development Agreement identified Tract M as a future church site. That is the site subject of this conditional use permit. The development agreement was amended on 12/2 of 2020 to remove the requirement for a church and allow for residential development with the issuance of a conditional use permit subject to the following stipulations. That Tract M would be developed as for sale condominium multifamily development as set forth in the approved Presidio and the Pines Tract M site plan, subject to the requirement for a conditional use permit and other requirements of city code. That the developer agrees to form a homeowners association for the project, the condominium declarations to include a provision requiring any lease period to be a minimum of 30 days, essentially eliminating short-term rental from the development. Also, developer agrees to designate a minimum of 10% of the total units to be sold at or below 100% of the area median income. Since this is 39 units, 10%, 3.9, that is rounded to 4. So I just want to assure you that is 4 units, not 3. All right, so we're moving on to the proposed site plan for the Presidio Tract M development. So here you see the subject site. It is adjacent to Woody Mountain Road, which is a designated future arterial. The road currently today is not designed to meet arterial standards. It will be a future arterial roadway. This property is also adjacent to Interstate 40 to the south. This is the site of a future TI for I-40. It is one of the 2 TIs that is shown in our regional plan. In working with any applicant where there's potential future transportation infrastructure necessary, we do our best to acquire as much of that right-of-way in advance as possible. We did try to work with Timber Sky in order to acquire that additional right-of-way, and we were not successful. In working with this applicant, we were able to obtain additional area and preserve it for when that right-of-way needs to be dedicated for that potential future interchange. So you can see here on the site plan, the dashed line is showing that this area of the property would be set aside as that future additional right-of-way that's necessary. Additionally, complicating the site is a resource protection easement that served the overall development of Presidio and the Pines that remains on this particular tract of land, and that takes up this particular corner as a whole. So you can see that access to Woody Mountain Road is not feasible for this development. The only access to the site is off of the residential roadway, Presidio Drive South, which is located along here. So the proposed site plan includes 3 three-story buildings. Each building has 13 units. Those units range from 1, 2, and 3, and I will go over what the breakdown is for each building. And then buildings are arranged to preserve, like I said, that future right-of-way for ADOT and that resource protection easement, also in consideration of adjacent single-family residential. So on-site parking. There's always concerns about parking in most multi-family projects, so I wanted to go over the parking calculations with you. So you can see here the breakdown of units within each building. Each building has a studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. Within the total project, there are 39 units. So that's 3 studios, 12 1-bedrooms, 18 2-bedrooms, and 6 3-bedroom units total. So just to break this down, there are a total of 69 bedrooms possible within the 39 units proposed for this site. There are a total of 74 parking spaces provided on the site plan. There are also 12 bicycle racks shown on the site plan as well. The applicant is taking a small reduction of 5% allowed for increasing the required bicycle rack parking on site. Here are the proposed elevations. As I said, the buildings are 3 stories. They are using the planned residential option, which requires them to use a building type that is outlined in our form-based code. There's not a huge broad array of allowances there for different building types, but this happens to be one of the allowed types within this particular area. As stated, there are 13 units per the building, and of course they're using compliant materials and colors and articulation requirements. I do want to show you what this building looks like, as this building has already been built in our community. So this building is located basically at Beaver. It sits right sort of kitty corner from the new courthouse. So the look and feel of every building changes based on the topography and the location in which it's built. But I did want to show you, and it's not really great in this picture, but you can see here that this is a 2-story single-family home. It sits in between the current courtyard apartment building and the Catholic Church site. Also, I just want to point out in the corner over here, you can see this is a new single-family home being constructed just north of that site as well, just for perspective, and that is an attached townhouse project. All right, so what is a conditional use permit? The purpose of a conditional use permit is to provide a process for reviewing uses and activities that are permitted in an applicable zone. So what does that mean? It's a permitted use, but that requires more discretionary review and the possible imposition of conditions to mitigate the effects of the proposed use. So it's different from a rezoning. They're using their existing zoning. The use is listed as a conditional use in the zone. There are 3 findings that must be made in order for a conditional use permit to be granted, either by the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council, and I'll go through those findings. So the conditional use is consistent with the objectives of the zoning code and the purpose of the specific zone. As previously stated, property is the highway commercial zone, and it is applied to areas of the city appropriate for a full range of automobile-oriented services. The development of commercial uses in addition to residential uses is encouraged in the HC zone to provide diversity in housing choices, provided that residential uses are located above or behind commercial buildings so that they are buffered from adjoining highway corridors. In this case, this is not a mixed-use project, primarily because for commercial to really be functional, it needs to have access to that primary corridor. As previously stated, we cannot get a driveway out onto Woody Mountain Road due to the need for additional right-of-way and the resource protection on this property. In that case, the applicant has worked their best to try to preserve the residential away from the primary corridors while still trying to buffer the single-family residential. It's hard to do all of it and everything on one site. The provisions of this zone are also intended to provide for convenient controlled access and parking without increasing traffic burdens upon the adjacent streets and highways. The zone is designated primarily at the commercial corridors of the city with the intention of making the city more attractive as a tourist destination. So that's the principal component of the HC. We look at these sections of the code as also being sort of inspirational. They help us direct where development may go, but again, PRD and multifamily is a conditional use permit in this zone. So finding number 2 is that the conditional use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. is so long as the use is operated in compliance with this permit, staff does not anticipate any noise, smoke, or odor, dust, vibration, or illumination from this project that would be detrimental, that there are no known hazard of explosion or contamination, fire, or flood, and that there's no unusual volume of character or of traffic affiliated with this use. Finding 3 is really 22 findings in one. So let's try to go through these all really quickly. So in terms of access and traffic, like I said, access to the site is provided from an improved city right-of-way, which is known as Presidio Drive South. Presidio Drive South has on-street parking, it has bike lanes, and it has 2 lanes of vehicular traffic. It also has parkways and sidewalks that service the frontage properties. So pedestrian and bicycle access can be achieved through the existing street system and as well as the proposed future foots to be located in this area. And like I stated, Presidio Drive has the bike lanes and sidewalks. A traffic impact analysis was not completed for this project. And the reason being is because this site is located within the larger Presidio and the Pines Development Master Plan. When that property was rezoned in 2004, traffic impact analysis was completed. Traffic was mitigated as part of that development. While this property was originally allocated as a church or assigned as a church, the overall density within the Presidio and the Pines Master Plan development has not yet been achieved. And this development will not push that master plan development over the total number of units that were originally anticipated within the master plan community. Therefore, it would be hard to assign a greater impact to this property than has already been mitigated through the original traffic impact analysis. With all of that being said, funds are still being held from the developer from Presidio and the Pines that will go towards a future signalized intersection at Woody Mountain Road and West Route 66. There are other developments in the area that have also contributed to this same signalized intersection. At this point in time, we are simply waiting for ADOT because they are the primary jurisdiction on this intersection to determine that the signal is warranted. Adequacy of the site. As stated before, this is 2.77 acres and it's 39 units. That breaks down to a total density of 14 units per acre, which exceeds the minimum density of 10 units per dwelling acre, which is required for the highway commercial zone, and falls under the maximum allowed density of 22 units per acre. The site plan shows the proposed buildings complying with all of the required development standards of the planned residential development option, including the T4 and 2 development standards and the courtyard apartment building type. The site provides the required 15% open space as well as reserves future right-of-way for future ADOT interchange as shown on the regional plan. And the subject property is also located in the resource protection overlay. A resource protection plan has been provided. The primary resource on this site is the trees. They are complying with the 30% resource protection standards. 30% is what's required for highway commercial. However, that is what was applied to the entire Presidio and the Pines development at the time, because 30% is what was required for more of a neo-traditional or those that used a different development option at the time under the previous zoning code. This is the resource protection plan. As stated before, 30% of the tree resources need to be preserved. This is in compliance with the rest of the Presidio and the Pines master plan development. So noise, light, visual, and other pollutants, we talked about this, but the most important thing here is the exterior lighting. It will need to be in compliance with our dark sky requirements, which are fairly rigorous. So we will make sure that when the building permit is submitted for this development, if this case should be approved, that all of the exterior lighting is in compliance with our dark sky requirements. Style and siting of structure in relationship to the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed buildings have been designed in accordance with the site planning design standards as well as our architectural design standards, and in addition to the courtyard apartment building type within the Transect code. In terms of landscaping and screening, the site will be landscaped in accordance with the zoning code, and the parking areas are screened in compliance with the zoning code. And I do have the landscape plan for you here. It doesn't show as much of the existing vegetation as possible, but the site is already fairly heavily treed. They will be using a lot of those existing trees towards their landscaping requirements, which does a lot for a site. It leaves you with existing mature trees where new landscaping can take a couple of years to form in. Impact on public utilities. The site can already be adequately served by water and sewer, and there's no new offsite infrastructure required to support this use in regards to water and sewer. Again, all of those things were contemplated as part of the original Presidio on the Pines Master Plan development. In terms of signage, there's not a lot of signage anticipated with the multifamily residential development, and I did already cover outdoor lighting. There's no further right-of-way dedications other than what I've mentioned to you already. And there's no impacts to cultural resources, either heritage preservation resources or the resource protection. As part of a conditional use permit, the applicant is required to go out and have a neighborhood meeting prior to having the public hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission. In this case, the applicant did hold 2 neighborhood meetings. These were both utilizing the Zoom platform. After the first neighborhood meeting, staff realized that there was a lot of community concern and impact. We asked the applicant to go out and do a much larger neighborhood. They did notify every property owner within the Presidio on the Pines Master Plan development for their second neighborhood meeting. We carried that through for both the public hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as this public hearing tonight on this appeal. Staff did receive several emails about the application, which were attached to the original Planning and Zoning Commission staff report, and again forwarded to you. And you've received many emails since then. In short, the concerns about this project include lack of parking, traffic congestion, the buildings not fitting into the neighborhood, introduction of college students, community was promised a church or community facility, project does not serve the community, short-term rentals, and drainage issues. At the time, in accordance with the findings presented tonight, staff did recommend to the Planning and Zoning Commission approval of this conditional use permit with the 3 conditions that you see here. Of course, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted on the case. 3 votes were in denial and 2 votes were in favor, so therefore the conditional use permit was denied. Of those 3 nay votes, 2 of them did not put any findings on the record formally. One of the findings was in regards to the community's waste management cycle and the ability to provide adequate recycling facilities. If you should have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I also know that the applicant has a presentation for you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Antal. I will go to Councilmember Salas. We do have quite a few public participants.
Yes,
so
I have a question about the right-of-way that was initially attempted to obtain from Timber Sky, and that was that application done by the city or the applicant, the additional right-of-way? I mean, I think in the third slide.
Sure. So when I mentioned that, so on the opposite side of Woody Mountain Road is the Timber Sky development. We tried to work with that applicant to obtain that right-of-way as part of that development proposal. However, they chose to mitigate their traffic impacts in a different way rather than contributing towards the future interchange. So while we made an ask to the applicant, we were not able to obtain that additional right-of-way. We could not require it.
So the city asked for the additional right-of-way?
From the developer of Timber Sky, yes, we asked for additional right-of-way, but we did not receive it.
And we did not receive it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Antal. I didn't see this in any of the materials attached to this. What was the original density supposed to be of Presidio?
I don't have the number in front of me, but I know that the applicant is prepared to provide that information for you.
Councilmember Shimoni is saying 273 in Tract A and B.
The overall master plan is much larger than just tract A and B, but I believe that the applicant has some of those, some of the pieces. It's actually a much higher number of the overall master plan development. But if the applicant doesn't have that data, I will make sure I get it for you before we get to public comment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Hantel. Quick question. Can you speak to EV parking on site?
Sure. The applicant will be required to provide EV parking in accordance with the building code. The building code requires that they have EV-ready spots, that they don't actually have to install the charger itself. And I believe it's 2 for the site.
Okay, and then when you speak to the bicycle parking, you said 12 racks. Is that room for 12 bicycles?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Santel. I'll take the presentation from the applicant, and then we'll go to the public participants. Oh, my apologies. I did not see this in here. Councilmember Aslan had a question. My apologies. Councilmember Aslan?
I'm glad you were able to see that, although this could have waited till afterwards as well. My question is for the city, and it's related to not Woody Mountain Way, but Woody Way. I would like to know if any progress has been made in the past week since our last conversation about the congestion on Woody Way and University and Woody Way being treated as through streets. And also if the city has any thoughts on how this new development or any development that would go there would impact traffic and congestion on Woody Way.
Sterling, if you might be able to jump in here, since it's not agendized as Woody Way, are we allowed to speak to that?
This is for the CUP. We do need to stick to the agenda as it's posted. It's the CUP appeal. So that is something for another time. Sorry.
Well, I think this is directly relevant. The congestion and the traffic problems that already exist on Woody Way are going to be impacted even further by this development. So it's completely relevant to what we're talking about this afternoon.
And you can go ahead and speak to that.
Thank you, Councilmember
City Attorney.
Aslan. In regards to Woody Way, I can't speak to recent conversations or recent considerations, but in regards to the traffic overall as a whole, it's important to remember that these 39 units do not exceed what was originally anticipated for the overall Presidio and the Pines development. And actually, the Presidio and the Pines development comes in much lower than was originally anticipated. That project did go through a TIA at the time. Granted, it was 2004. But it did anticipate that Woody Way would be open with that eventual traffic impact analysis, as that was part of the original overall master plan development. I know that the development agreement actually did delay the opening of that roadway, and so it is not anticipated that these 39 units will create any greater demand than was originally anticipated through that original impact analysis and the requirements to mitigate for this development. I hope that answers your question.
That's very helpful, and I'll have some comments later, but I can do that at another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. On to the applicant's presentation, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Charity Lee. I'm the Land Acquisition and Development Manager for Miramonte Homes. We're here tonight for council to consider Miramonte's request for a conditional use permit to develop a condominium for sale project on Tract M in the Presidio and the Pines subdivision. Tonight, I will be addressing the neighborhood concerns, present history on the Presidio and the Pines subdivision, history on Tract M, provide an overview of the proposed project, and then answer any questions that council may have. Oops. The proposed project is in West Flagstaff and Presidio and the Pines, located off Woody Mountain Road and Presidio Drive. In compliance with the City of Flagstaff Zoning Code, Section 1020-3060, neighborhood meetings were held to present the project and hear concerns from the neighborhood. The neighborhood had concerns that the project was too dense. Questions were raised if Tract M would be part of the existing HOA. There were questions if Tract M could be developed for anything other than a church. Questions regarding attainable housing, parking, traffic, drainage, and compatibility were also raised. Throughout my presentation, I will address these questions and concerns. Here is the assessor's map of the Presidio and the Pines development showing the lots as they currently exist. The proposed project will be located on approximately 2.77 acres on the corner of South Woody Mountain Road and West Presidio Drive. Tonight, I will give you some history regarding tracts A, B, and M, which will provide the council with background information on what was originally planned for in the Presidio and the Pines subdivision and what is currently existing. In the next few slides, I will address the question, will 39 more units in Presidio make the subdivision too dense? Here is the concept plan for the original Presidio and the Pines subdivision, a total of 91.40 acres. The original plan was for a total of 788 units. The subdivision was planned for high-density residential with a mix of different lot sizes and home styles, which was to also incorporate commercial uses on tracts A and B. The development master plan for Presidio, as well as its CCNRs, called for 232 condo units on Tract A and 23 on Tract B. Here we see the concept plan of Tract A. This would have been a 4-story development with 232 condominium units with retail on the ground level. This would have been a total of 29.44% of the total Presidio and the Pines development. What was built was a total of 42 units, a total of 192 units less than what was originally planned for in Tract A. Tract B was originally planned for 23 condos with retail on the ground level, which would have been 2.92% of the total units planned. These units would have been a total of 3 stories. Tract B today has a total of 14 townhomes, which is 9 units less than what was originally planned for. With the changes made to tracts A and B, and with the development of Tract M, the total units for the Presidio and the Pines subdivision is 192 units less than originally designed, with all of this reduction in density being on the same street as Tract M. Some neighbors may feel the subdivision is too dense, but it is about 25% less dense than originally planned. In the next slide, I will address the question, is Tract M part of the HOA? Tract M here is the final plat of Presidio and the Pines. I've highlighted Section 9, which shows the dedicated language. As you see, Tract M was dedicated for future development and will not be owned or maintained by the Homeowners Association. Tract M is part of the overall Presidio subdivision, but it is not part of the Presidio's Homeowners Association, which is detailed in Miramonte's letter to the Planning Development Manager on August 17, 2021. Miramonte is aware that the Presidio HOA has expressed an opposing viewpoint. The fact is, even if the HOA were correct, it would need to amend its CC&Rs to include Tract M. Such amendments are difficult. In the Fourth Amendment to the Development Agreement, which we'll cover on the next slides, the city and Miramonte agreed that Miramonte will create an association to govern the 39 condos that are part of this project. Miramonte will form one or more Arizona nonprofit corporations to serve as the homeowners association for the project. As well, Miramonte will work to ensure good relationships between the associations to further their common interests. Now we'll cover some of the history of Tract M. In 2004, the city and the original developer, Premier Acquisitions, LLC, entered into a development agreement which restricted the uses for Tract M for either a church or neighborhood indoor uses, which are defined in the Land Development Code as the following uses listed here. So, can Tract M be developed for condos, or must it be a church? And if it's a condo development, is attainable housing being provided? Tract M may no longer be developed as a church, or for that matter, as anything other than the specific project now before council for approval. Recently, the development agreement was amended a fourth time, removing this restriction on Tract M as a church site, and instead limiting the site to be developed as for-sale condominium units, as set forth in the site plan approved by the city on September 25th, 2020. The development agreement was adopted by the City Council by a unanimous vote of 7-0 on December 1st, 2020, signed by Mary DC on April 15th, 2021, and recorded on April 21st, 2021. Although Miramonte is not seeking any development incentives for this project, it will provide 10% or 4 units as attainable to be sold at or below 100% of the area median income, and will be managed by an HOA that will be formed for the project. Miramonte intends to develop the project according to the site plan that has been approved and honor its agreement as set forth in the Fourth Amendment to the DA. Tract M is 2.77 acres and it's zoned highway commercial. From this map, you see that the surrounding uses are high density and medium density residential. The planned residential mechanism will be used following standards T4 N2 transect zone apartment building type and forecourt private frontage type to develop the project. The planned residential development is in an allowed use in the highway commercial zone with a conditional use permit. In the highway commercial zone, buildings up to 60 feet are allowed. Miramonte's project proposes 3 stories, which is a reduction from the allowed 60 feet. Here is a site plan for the development. Access to the development will be off Presidio Drive. We are proposing 3-story buildings consisting of 39 units. Miramonte will condo the units and sell them, which will provide additional workforce housing for Flagstaff. 4 of the units will be attainable. The resident units will range from over 500 to over 1,000 square feet. The project is 14 units per acre, which is less than the allowed units per acre of 22. A cultural resource study was performed for the area and reviewed by the city. No additional cultural resources are required for the project. There is an existing block sound wall along Woody Mountain Road and I-40, which will provide a barrier between the project and the roadways, mitigating noise and aiding in the visual aesthetics of the project. Additional screening will be added on existing boundaries and will comply with the requirements in Section 105050 of the zoning code. Trees located in the resource tree preservation easement will not be impacted, which will provide an added buffer between the project and Woody Mountain Road. Outdoor lighting will comply with the City of Flagstaff outdoor lighting standards in Section 105070 of the zoning code. The project will provide 74 vehicle parking spaces. In fact, there is 1 parking space for every bedroom in this development, and 12 bicycle parking spaces will also be provided. These will be located strategically at the entrance of each building underneath the roof overhang, providing bicycle-covered parking. Let's review. One of the neighborhood concerns was parking. Per city code, a total of 73 off-street parking spaces were required. Miramonte will provide 74 spaces. It's important again to reiterate that there is one parking space provided for every single bedroom in the development, plus 4 additional spaces. The amount of parking required is determined by the city, not the developer. As a condition of the CUP, staff has requested that all parking spaces be assigned to individual condominium units. This condition is agreeable to Miramonte. How will the property address drainage? Due to the natural slope of Tract M, runoff historically drains across Tract M onto neighboring Tract U. The subdivision plat states that Tract U is reserved for open space, tree resource preservation, recreational areas, private utilities, and designated public pathways. Tract U is a natural drainage area. A detention basin will be constructed on site with an outflow onto Tract U through a 16-foot easement, which would be maintained by Miramonte. Miramonte's improvements will have the effect of benefiting the entire subdivision. Miramonte has designated the project to preserve the tree resources and open space. 49.7% of the site will remain open space. Over 35% of the tree resources will be protected. Only 30 is required in the HC zone. Miramonte has added 8 additional trees and 16 additional shrubs on the eastern boundary line as a result of the input received from the neighborhood to provide an additional buffer. Now let's look at traffic. Is traffic too dense? Tract M sits at the far southwest corner of Presidio subdivision with quick access to Woody Mountain Road. Because there are few public services within the subdivision, it can be anticipated that almost all traffic will be on Woody Mountain Road and not through the subdivision. Even so, as noted in the staff report, no traffic impact analysis was required for this development, as the density falls within the range of the original development approved for Presidio and the Pines, which already mitigated its anticipated traffic impacts. Miramonte's project will generate far less vehicle trips per hour than commercial developments that are allowed by right under the HC zone. Vehicle trips per hour overall are less than 21. A traffic impact analysis is required for trips calculated greater than 100. Is our project compatible with the existing development? Here is a rendering of what the development will look like. These actually came from our Ponderosa Parkway development, but they're the same type of building. So I wanted to show them so that you could get a better idea of what the project overall will look like. Miramonte's condominiums, as you can see, are architecturally compatible with the original plans for Presidio, which call for 3- and 4-story residential and commercial buildings. They are also architecturally compatible with the subdivision as built, much of which was designed and built by Miramonte itself. The buildings would be wood frame and utilize different siding, board and batten, horizontal lap siding and shake siding, as well as corrugated metal and malachi stone veneer. Different roof lines will create architectural interest. Buildings will be painted in earth tones to match the adjacent neighborhood, and each unit will have its own private balcony or patio. All units will be Energy Star certified and include energy efficient features and appliances, including LED interior and exterior lighting and the use of open cell foam insulation in the attics and walls. Low VOC and formaldehyde-free materials will be used for the carpet, cabinets, and paint. The units will include energy recovery ventilators for air quality, which qualifies the units for air quality plus certification and engineered HVAC to ensure efficiency. Because of all of those features I just mentioned, Miramonte's homes will qualify for a HERS score of 50 or less. A home with HERS score of 50 is 50% more energy efficient than a standard new home and 80% more efficient than an average resale home. So we're really proud about that we care about the environment and we're building sustainable homes here in Flagstaff. Council, as demonstrated throughout this presentation and through a review by the city staff, the development meets the required findings in Section 10, 20, 40, 50 of the City of Flagstaff Zoning Code for granting the conditional use permit. Council, I request that you approve our permit tonight to allow the development to proceed with no further delays. Miramonte is excited and eager to start construction, and we look forward to bringing additional workforce and attainable housing to the city of Flagstaff. Thank you so much for your time. Are there any questions?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Very well-informed presentation and addressing the major concerns of the neighborhood and some citizens. Another question I want to raise is, how do you address the concern for short-term rentals?
Short-term rentals, and I apologize that I didn't have this in my presentation, but that will be restricted. We won't have, through the deed restrictions, there won't be any allowed for 30 days or anything greater than, or less than, 30 days.
Follow-up question. So in your presentation, it stated that the developer is organizing a nonprofit which will act as the HOA for Tract M. So as that is being organized, will there be any stipulation wherein the future HOA will actually stipulate in its statement of organization, and as it moves forward as an HOA, having a rule or a policy about short-term rentals, limiting or prohibiting less than 30 days rentals among the occupants?
You know, I'm going to let Whitney Cunningham, our attorney, address this question.
Good afternoon, Councilors. Whitney Cunningham on behalf of Miramonte. Councilor Salas, the answer is yes. That is a portion of the condominium declaration that would not be permitted to be amended. Miramonte doesn't want short-term rentals and will deed restrict the property to make sure that does not happen, and as it has done on other properties.
Thank you, Ms. Lee and Mr. Cunningham, right? Thank you.
Any other questions before we turn it up for public participation? Councilmember McCarthy.
Hi, Charity Lee. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
My eyes are getting old, you know, like the rest of me. And I think I read on one of the drawings that the distance from the east property line over to the nearest property line of, here, let's go for it. That one. I think that says on the top there to that lot 37 that's 58 feet of buffer zone. And then the other houses down to the south is, 128 feet? Am I reading that correctly?
Correct.
And of course, that would be to the property line, and then there would be landscaping, then the driveway, before you got over to the condos. So I just thought that was interesting that a buffer is provided. Thank you.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Charity, for your presentation. Are there any community spaces going to be integrated into this project, such as gardens, dog areas, etc.?
No, we did not incorporate site amenities because we wanted to preserve the tree resources. And so any additional amenities on site could potentially impact those. But that being said, the neighborhood will have the benefit of enjoying the natural environment and can have picnics or whatever, or just hammocking. I know growing up in Flagstaff, the woods were my backyard, and that was how I recreated. So that will be provided for them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, with that, we will turn it over to public participation. We'll start with those in person here, and then turn it over to those who are meeting with us virtually. So Summer Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Summer Johnson. I am a born and raised Flagstaff resident. I've been here for all 42 years of my life, and I live 3 doors down from where this proposed development is going to be. I serve the community as a critical care nurse. I have worked extremely hard this past year and a half, as you know, and I also work as a flight nurse, and so I see the worst of the worst. And I have worked very, very hard to get where I am. I remember being in nursing school, 3 young kids, divorced, $8,000 annual income. I stayed in Flagstaff. I managed to make it here. And look at me now. I'm working on my master's degree and raising my kids. And I worked very, very hard to buy my house in Presidio to raise my family. And I was told when I bought my home that there would be a church that was going in on that lot, on Tract M. Never were we informed of this September 2020 meeting that amended the zoning of this area to something other than a church. The first time we heard about it was when the proposed condos came up. And we didn't even get a notification being 3 doors down from where this was. We never got the first notification in the mail. We were just out of that 300 feet requirement. That's upsetting for me. I wanted to bring up some other points that I wrote down. I know that you guys have gotten multiple emails from me. I apologize for my wordiness, but this is something that's very close to my heart because I have invested a lot of my money and my life into our home. Let's see. The parking in the neighborhood of Presidio and the Pines is already quite stressed. Many of the driveways are too small to accommodate the vehicles of the families who reside there. My children are getting to the age where they are driving age, and we don't have room for more than 2 vehicles, even with our garage, without parking on the street, which is prohibited by our HOA and City of Flagstaff ordinances during the winter, and our streets are narrow. We're already fighting with getting in and out of our driveway with people who do have to park on the street to no fault of their own. They don't have driveways either, and they have kids who are driving too now. If this is 3 doors down from where we live, there is without a doubt going to be overflow of parking into our streets and into our neighborhood from visitors to these places, these investors who buy the properties, who are going to sublet them out to college kids who are going to stay more than 30 days. Each of those kids is going to have a vehicle, and there's not going to be enough parking. If you've got, all of these students or these families, there's not going to be enough parking for them and their friends. It's going to spill into the rest of the neighborhood, and that's a huge concern for us already. It's also a safety concern, especially in the winter with plowing. Our streets are usually the last ones to be plowed within the city of Flagstaff. I've had to shovel off of my street, completely down my street, to get to work.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I think we only have 3 minutes for public participation, but Councilmember McCarthy does have a question for you.
Okay.
I'm curious, are the streets in Presidio, are they city streets or are they owned by the HOA?
I believe that they are city streets managed by the HOA because the city of Flagstaff does plow them. But again, we're the last ones to get plowed. And if I could, I didn't know there was a time limit, but if I could just make a 15-word statement. I just wanted to remind you, Mayor DC, when you were campaigning for your position as mayor, that rezoning land to big out-of-town developers was an issue that you wanted to address and see decreased. This is one of those issues, and as a citizen of Flagstaff, I beg you to please keep that in mind with this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Davis.
Good afternoon, Mayor DC and members of the City Council. I wanted to point out a number of things on here that we've talked about over and over again, and some of the things, the presentations that you've heard in some cases, especially from Miramani, have distorted some of the statistics that as you look at that. When you look at the map, Track M is in the corner and that. Yet when they talk about density and everything else, they spread it over all of Presidio. That's not fair because what you're doing is putting the 39 units right at the intersection of the entrance to Presidio. That is the safety issue. And on that, it doesn't meet the findings for overturning the denial of the piece there. The other thing is when you look at how many residents there were in the original developers development agreement, it was those condominiums, the 232 on Track A and Track B, it was Miramonte's decision to get rid of that. That was not a resident thing, and that to now go back and say, oh, I got to look at that and make up Miramonte's decision by putting 39 units in the corner. That doesn't make sense, and that's a misrepresentation of what really is going on. The other thing is Miramonte's statement that, oh, it's required to be condos now. They're the ones that brought the change to the developers agreement back in December of 2020 to eliminate the church site paragraph. And by the way, it's called church site, but when you read that original paragraph, it was to be a church site, or if not a church site, must be a neighborhood indoor site, which is a benefit to the community. So what they did is wipe out a benefit to the community and instead put condominiums there which have no benefit to the community. And it was their decision to do that. I believe that they violated Title IX because it was a substantial change in use of the property, and they didn't hold a public hearing. There was no notification. There was no that to the public. There are no other condominiums or that in any of the surrounding communities and that. This would be the only one right stuck in the middle of the corner. And it's, as said, it's right at the entrance, and it is a traffic hazard and a traffic problem of being there. The original intent and that church site requirement or community site requirement has been in that agreement for 17 years, yet they took it out without any discussion, notification, or anything else. That's not, at a minimum, that's unethical in terms of what you're doing because of the impact it has on our community. And that they don't, the council should uphold the denial because they have not met that. There is no reason and there is no requirement to put those condominiums at that spot.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Council, any questions? Councilmember Salas.
Thank you for being here today and speaking up. Just have a question for clarity. When you spoke about community benefit, don't you think providing, because we're in council declared a housing emergency. In fact, later today we're discussing the draft housing plan. But the goal is to provide inventory of housing, especially for our workforce, and we are short of at least 5,000 units for our own workforce. So don't you think that providing housing supply and for of that supply will be affordable? It's not a community benefit, doesn't add value to the community?
Yes, you need to provide additional supply, but in appropriate locations. And what our argument, and it isn't just some citizens that have concerns. Everyone that in that community is against the condominiums at that location. They're not against additional residential things, but it's not appropriate there, and that is our argument. Yes, build those. They're very attractive. In fact, you approved 13 similar structures for Miramonte to build on Ponderosa Parkway. Very appropriate location. And in fact, when the council approved that, they talked about that it would benefit the surrounding businesses. Those 13 weren't put in a residential area and stuck in the middle of something and that. They were put in an area that having that additional residential component near the commercial business around is a benefit to the community. You need to find the appropriate location to put these buildings, not just stick them wherever there happens to be 2.77 acres. And that's the point we're trying to make here. It's not appropriate at that location.
So are you saying that the unanimous decision of council in December in approving the amended development agreement is not appropriate when, and and because I was there, I was part of the council that approved the amended development agreement unanimously, and there was reason why the old plan of having a church or a community center is no longer viable and feasible. Hence, the developer came back to the council and repurposed the area to provide housing units.
Again, you speak of church. It was church or community site. And some of those other things of a community facility, and that is very appropriate. But that brought no revenue. I believe when the item was presented to you in December 2020, you were misled. In that you weren't given all the facts of the thing. You had no input from the community. You didn't understand the concerns, and you weren't presented with the facts of what the concerns are. There is no approved site plan for that. There is no proper drainage off that site. You're taking a tree lined acreage, and you're putting a parking lot on it. There's no parking lot in Presidio or Timber Sky or of that magnitude to do that. You're just paving over what is the drainage. And the site plan that Miramonte's given requires a 16-foot easement across other property on Presidio. That has not been approved, and it probably wouldn't be, given the discussions we've had at our HOA. And so I believe you were misled and weren't given all the facts.
And I respect your opinion, sir, but if I may call on the staff for an informed response on this, because I do believe when I made that decision as a council member in December that I was provided with educated, factual information that led me to vote for the project.
I'd like to get through a public participation section before, and then we can clarify any of the rising things rather than having a big back and forth. But Councilmember Shimoni House has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two quick questions for you. So as you heard, there was a lot higher density projected, maybe not on tract M, but adjacent, and that was going to trigger the community space being a viable space to be created in the first place, is what my understanding is. And now that there isn't that density, that's the reasoning for why, at least what I understand, is why they don't necessarily see the value in a community space is because of the lack of traffic, because of the lack of density. Do you feel that, do you feel differently? Is that kind of your thoughts?
I think the way I understand it was they don't see, because of the lack of density, and that was for commercial space. But for community space, the community there would love to have possibly a daycare center, a facility for meetings and other amenities, a gym and such there. Those are all benefits to the community and could be used. The other thing, when you were looking at it, when we talk parking on that piece, our concern is more overflow as opposed to parking on track M. And that they meet that, but there is a high probability of overflow. And given the Flagstaff winter regulations and that, as an example, a one-bedroom apartment there with two adults who both work are going to have two cars. So even their permitted option they were talking about is going to make matters worse, because where does the overflow or a guest or that park? They're going to park out on the Presidio streets, and then the Flagstaff parking regulations kick in, and they can't park there. So where do they go? And that's the concern of our community. It's not the parking on track M. It's the overflow from track M that there has been no real solution or presentation of how to address that.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just share that, a lot of the things you mentioned about supporting housing in infill, but just not here. Honestly, in the almost 3 years on council I've been on, almost every neighborhood and community says that when there's an infill project coming in. And I just wanted to share that with you. It's difficult for me because I hear it constantly from every neighborhood adjacent to an infill project. And I get it, I do. It's just difficult to hear that because everyone says, yes, thumbs up to housing and workforce housing, just put it over there, whatever that means.
If I may, as an example, across Woody Mountain, Sky Cottages is going in there with approximately 200 buildings in that. There was opposition to that. But Vintage Partners and that worked with the community, and they made a number of modifications. Like they're going to have on-site management and additional buffer and the way they did the flow. So they worked with us that the end of that was there was no opposition to that. So it depends how you look at that. There's 200 more buildings going in across the street. And that plus Timber Sky, which is further away.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
I have Whitney Biggerstaff.
I have a question for Mr. Davis.
Oh, Councilmember Aslan. You almost got away.
I'm here. I apologize I'm not there in person to be noticed better, but thank you for coming back to the podium. Mr. Davis, you live in Presidio, right?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me, and answer as honestly as you can, just spitballing, how often do you travel into town using Woody Way as opposed to Woody Mountain?
I personally, potentially once or twice a month. And the reason I say that is because I'm one of the near original owners in Presidio in the Pines. I'm on lot number 4. And I stood on that property looking at where I purchased, and there wasn't a single building in Presidio in the Pines. So I'm an early subscriber, and you can say that. So I'm close to Woody Mountain. It's easier for me to go out Woody Mountain around. The only time I really use that is if I have to go to the mailboxes, which are down towards the other end. So if I'm heading there or coming back, Woody Way is very convenient to just go through there, and I use it on occasion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Davis. Ms. Biggerstaff.
Greetings, Mayor. I'm Whitney Biggerstaff. Greetings, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My husband and I live 5 houses away from the proposed condo development. We built our home in 2014, and at the time we were told the open space near our home, which we paid a lot premium for, would be a future home of a church or community center. This is part of the reason why we chose the plot we did. When the news came of Miramonte's change in zoning, it was such a shock. My husband and I were extremely disappointed and dismayed, as we had no idea a zoning change had been made. In fact, Miramonte admitted during the planning and zoning meeting that they did not notify any of us of this change. We found out the change had been made on our local next-door neighborhood app, and then Miramonte claims that they sent us residents within 300 feet of the development a notification of the change, but we never received one. I've attended every meeting since the announcement, and I've made my concerns and comments known throughout the process. Miramonte uses the fact that the initial change in zoning in December of 2020 was unanimously approved by City Council. However, none of us in the neighborhood had a say or were able to voice our concerns. It all seems as if it's happening behind closed doors and is a bait and switch for those of us who have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars. My initial reaction was total denial and disagreement with this, as we are already so congested and on top of each other. In fact, a statement was made about this by Councilmember Aslan when addressing the closure or one-way street of Woody Way. Can you imagine what that congestion will look like with 39 additional condos built near the western egress, especially if Boulder Point is closed? We're so far out of town center, we have no safe biking or walking paths into town, and I can assure you that most, if not all, of the residents who purchase these condos will have multiple vehicles. With the allotted spaces, there will be much overflow onto our streets and just that much more traffic. There also seems to be a misconception about what's going on with these condos and them being affordable housing. Can we all agree that this is not affordable housing? It isn't affordable, but rather attainable, and those attainable homes will number in 4. The remaining 35 units will be so out of reach for anyone seeking affordable housing, it's not going to be possible. Miramonte wants to paint the picture of them helping the city of Flagstaff in their housing crisis, when in reality, they're adding to it. My feelings, as of now, towards the development have shifted some, as I realize the housing needs of Flagstaff. I also understand that development is inevitable. And at this point, I'm requesting you uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny this, as it's been stated by multiple council members that the people on the commissions are the experts and may know more. If Miramonte were to come back with a different proposal with a cap of 2-story buildings and keep the same amount of parking spaces, or possibly more single-family homes or townhomes, I believe it would be more agreeable with the neighborhood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms.
Any
Biggerstaff.
questions? Oh, perfect.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Cal Hamron.
Thanks for letting me speak. Everybody who's been in, or for the most part, people who've been in Flagstaff know the name of Frances McAllister. She's a previous owner of this particular property. And she has done so much for the city of Flagstaff, donated millions and millions of dollars to the Boys Club, to the university, et cetera, et cetera. It was her wish that this be a church. And my impression is that her wish should be obeyed. The second thing I would like to mention is that you have a planning commission here in town. They voted against this project. Why have a planning commission if, in fact, you are going to overturn this? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm not seeing any questions from council at this time, so we will move on to those who are participating electronically. If you could line them up.
We have Kim Tittlebaugh. You can go ahead and unmute and turn on your camera if you'd like.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My camera is not working, so I will just make my presentation. My name is Kim Tittlebaugh, and I'm here today on behalf of the Presidio in the Pines Board of Directors. In your packet is a memorandum outlining the concerns of the board in relation to the proposed project. I wish to clarify 2 points. First, the proposed drainage easement shown on the Presidio in the Pines property, Tract U to serve Tract M, has not been approved by the association at this time. The board has retained a third-party engineer to evaluate the drainage report, design parameters, and provide feedback. The report raises several questions and concerns with additional water flow down the Presidio streets that was not originally accounted for in the overall drainage report for the Presidio in the Pines master plan. If the board does not grant the easement, then there may be site and design modifications necessary to accommodate the stormwater retention and flow. Second is to reaffirm the position of the Presidio and the Pines Association that the development of condominiums on Tract M will result in those owners becoming governed by 2 HOAs. The Condominium Association, as well as the Master Association, Presidio and the Pines. In your packet is a response letter from Mr. Cunningham indicating that Miramonte disagrees with this statement. The attorney for the Presidio HOA, Mr. Jim Atkinson, provided a response as well, dated August 24th. Unfortunately, however, that does not appear to have been included in your packet of information. I did email it to the public comment record earlier this afternoon. So it's unfortunate that you may not have received all the information presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We acknowledge that there's a difference of opinion on this matter, and the board doesn't see this development of Tract M to be any different than the prior Miramonte developments of Tract A and B, both of which were changed from their original use, re-subdivided, and those owners became members of the Presidio in the Pines HOA. This was acknowledged by Charity earlier today in her presentation. The owners of Tract M will utilize the Presidio amenities, which consists of playground equipment, ramadas, dog parks, basketball hoops, private pocket parks, and will benefit from the overall landscaping maintenance in the community and along Woody Mountain Road. They should share in the overall cost of the maintenance of these facilities. It's a bit of a double standard for Miramonte to claim that Tract M is part of the community as platted, neighborhood is not subject to the CC&Rs.
Thank you, Kim. Council, do we have any questions? Thank you for your time. The next speaker, please.
We have Brandon Johnson. You can go ahead and unmute and turn on your camera if you'd like.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks for your time. I just wanted to bring up a few issues. I also have the same issues regarding parking noise. I live 3 doors down from the proposed development. But I wanted to talk about the housing crisis specifically. There's like, I think it's 1,300 to 1,500 units going across the street on Woody Mountain Road in the Timber Sky development. So I don't know if you guys are taking that into consideration. And we're not everybody that lives in the neighborhood is completely opposed to developing that land. What I think they need to do is just come back with, like what Whitney said, townhouses or 2-story homes, something that is compatible with the neighborhood. There's no 3-story buildings in this neighborhood. And like they said before, the other tracks were going to be 4 or 5 stories. Well, they chose not to do that. So this 3-story building is not compatible with the neighborhood. So I'm asking that you just uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny this project. And if Miramonte wants to submit something else that could be more agreeable, townhomes or single-family homes for that development, then I'd be willing to listen to that. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. So next public participant.
Mayor, that was our last virtual commenter.
Okay, thank you much. Well, then I will turn it to us council for discussion. Oh. Yes, please come up. And if you could just state your name for the record, we'd appreciate it.
I apologize, I'm a little nervous.
No worries.
Don't take my young demeanor as it is. So my name is Cynthia Dacre. I live in Presidio, actually at the corner of Mission Timber and Wright. I am actually in the EMS services, so I like to think, because I've been doing it for quite some time now, that I have a good perspective of traffic, affordable housing, and part of the housing crisis, because it is part of my job to interact with a lot of these people. My biggest concern with this is I understand that there was a traffic assessment originally done for the size of the housing, that they had planned originally. Being a part of Flagstaff, I have seen what the projected housing has done to the traffic system in this community, as well as the effect it's had on the public service. And to believe that what has happened now with Presidio, that it's doing with Woody Way to Boulder Point, I knew it took some time for that to actually start becoming an issue because of everybody finally moving in and the final stages of Presidio being built. It's taken some time for that kind of cause and effect to kind of occur with this. And to believe that these 39 condominiums, again, will not kind of have that effect. And I understand that it's at the corner, which would actually be a more access point on Woody Mountain. I don't believe that would stick that way, maybe not in the first couple weeks or the first couple months that most of these residents would be living in the condominiums. But I do believe that once these residents discovered Woody Way, that it would be used consistently in that area for traffic, as well as the overflow into the parking services, as well as possibly the outdoor recreational services that Presidio's community has been granted, which has been appreciated. And I'm just wanting the council to kind of take that into her perspective, that just because there was a proposed traffic assessment for this originally, that doesn't necessarily negate the idea that we are now in a system where we're having issues with our neighboring communities because of what we've done to it now. And to believe that the 39 condominiums will not kind of have this effect within Presidio, as well as its sister communities next door, I think is kind of maybe considered a little bit more like what is eventually going to happen. I use Woody Way daily, probably about 5 or 6 times a day, as well as what for my job. So now I understand with the housing crisis thing, as far as affordable housing, something I've also looked into that I was a little concerned with is
some of these affordable housing people I've met don't always have a vehicle. And something that I'm concerned with is the distance of retail stores, grocery store, the closest bus stop. Most of this is a minimum of 1.5 miles to almost 2.5 miles to these nearest areas. So if you're looking to build something that's going to be in an area where people can have quick access to stuff, sorry, I would have built it closer.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Yeah.
1 second. Councilmember Aslan has a question for you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Cynthia. And relax, you're doing great.
Sorry, I get stage fright.
Oh, you shouldn't have stage fright. You have wonderful stage presence. Thank you for stepping forward and participating. So I raised my hand before I heard you answer my question, but I'll go ahead and ask it again. I was going to go through this with each speaker and then figured it probably wasn't quite necessary. But can you speak more to the way that you use Woody Way, being on the corner of Mission Timber and Wright, and the way that you see others on your street using Woody Way?
Okay, so where I live on Mission Timber is actually a pretty major artery in and out that people use to get through the neighboring communities such as Boulder Point as well as Woody Way. So I do use both just because I'm in a location that is accessible to both. Most of the reason that I use Woody Way is actually, believe it or not, to avoid most of the traffic on the corner of Woodlands Boulevard, West Route 66, and I'll actually use it to get to the highway or if I need to go into NEU for any reason, which I don't. But that's actually a big reason why I actually use Woody Way to get to University and even Highland Mesa Road to actually get to other places of the city that I would not want to access because, like I said before, my job has allowed me to really know how this traffic works, time of days, where to avoid, because it's kind of that part of my job and responsibility to make sure that's actually considered to make sure I get where I'm going appropriately.
Do you find that that's a busy choke point?
It can be. My bigger concern, sorry not to go off topic and on a different area, but Woody Way, I use it a lot, not just for my car, but my bicycle, but because I understand that one side of it is no parking and the other side is not. Generally, there is a certain vehicle that is parked there consistently, which makes it very concerning as far as a driver as well as a cyclist, not being able to, I have to take that corner so much more cautiously because I'm concerned with the amount of narrowing that can happen with that, with just one vehicle being on that side of the road, as well as, unfortunately, we're all human beings. We're not always all going to follow the laws, so unfortunately, you do run into people from time to time that are not as appropriate drivers that you would encounter, hopefully.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind filling out one of these cards in the back, we just have to keep yeah, it's by our officers in the back, so we just have to keep public record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we can turn it into council discussion here. So opening up the floor. Councilmember McCarthy.
2 questions, one for staff. Oh, here she comes. You don't need to run. I'll ask the question while you're walking casually. The question of drainage, I presume that even if the council approves this CUP with conditions, that they could not get building permits until they resolve all of the drainage issues and meet city codes. Is that true?
Mayor, City Council Member McCarthy, yes. Right now, their proposal involves utilizing a drainage easement off-site. However, if they're not granted that drainage easement, they will have to make alternative plans for managing their stormwater on-site. I have worked with our stormwater staff and have been assured that there are alternative proposals that are possible to accommodate that, such as undergrounding the facilities, specifically underneath the parking area. So there are a multitude of opportunities to address it in some other way, yes, but we will not issue either civil plan sets for construction or building permits until that issue has been resolved.
Thank you. That's all I had for you. I did have a question for the developer. Understanding the economic realities of doing a development like this, Would it be possible to say, make one of the buildings 2 stories instead of 3 stories and cut the count accordingly? Would that be practical or not?
No, that would not be practical or a possibility for this site.
It just wouldn't pencil out as
It would not.
viable project.
It would not be viable.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several questions, and I'll start with the developers and put Ms. Antal on notice that I'm going to ask you to run down the aisle again. So one speaker said that buyers were charged a premium for the lots near the church or community center. Is that true?
So I would like to point out that the speakers tonight that indicated that they were informed that the site would be a church when they purchased their home, do not own Miramonte Homes. There is another developer, Capstone, that has also built homes in the neighborhood, and the individuals who have made those claims tonight are not Miramonte Homes.
Let's see. Oh, and I've got confusion now about the HOA, given the letter from the Presidio HOA's attorney. Are you able to give us a definitive answer about which HOA will govern the property?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Whitney Cunningham on behalf of Miramonte. I can. So this is an issue that would have presented itself at the time of the consideration of the development agreement amendment and was discussed between city legal counsel and myself. The plat, as Ms. Lee showed you in a slide earlier, specifically excludes Tract M as being either owned or maintained by the association. Additionally, the Declaration of Conditions, Covenants, and Restrictions, the CC&Rs, does not mention Tract M. It's not in the CC&Rs. It's not part of the jurisdiction of that association. And in contrast to one comment by Ms. Tittlebaugh on behalf of the association, Tract A and Tract B are contained within the CC&Rs, and that's the difference. So the point being simply this. Even if we wanted to be part of the association and the association wanted us, the CC&Rs would have to be amended, which sometimes is a nigh impossible undertaking. For that reason, the Fourth Amendment to the Development Agreement stipulates that we are required to create an association that will govern this property. And as Charity mentioned earlier, the next step from there is to make sure that there is a good relationship between the two associations. They would be neighbors. But Tract M, it's not there. It can't be there without an amendment to the CC&Rs.
Thank you. All right, I have a couple of other questions, and it's for Ms. Antal. So on this site, if a church or a community center were to be built, and now this is just hypothetical, we don't even know what kind of square feet really, but what are the parking requirements for a, I don't know if that would be considered commercial use?
Well, we consider churches, they fall under the use that is, it's called place of worship. Place of worship has a very specific parking calculation all to itself, and it's based on the main assembly room. I don't know the exact calculation right now, but it would be very specific to a place of worship.
Would you say that the number of parking spaces would be greater than what is proposed for this development?
Potentially, again, it would entirely be dependent upon the size of that facility.
Thank you. One more question. When council considered the amendment to the development agreement, were there public comments at that meeting?
In December? I don't remember, and I apologize, I didn't handle the case for that particular item. I don't remember there being public comments, though.
And several neighbors have indicated that they weren't mailed anything to alert them that this was going to be discussed. Do you know why that is?
Are you talking about the development agreement?
Yes.
Development agreements do not require public hearings. They are not noticed. Whether they're brand new or whether they're additional. When they're brand new, they tend to run with a rezoning case, and the rezoning cases are what are noticed. But you'll notice on the agenda, sometimes we try to group them together because they're related cases, but development agreements are not a public hearing item. They're a contractual agreement between a city and a developer. And again, this was the fourth amendment to that development agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Can you speak to possible solar? I know that was asked as a question, and I never saw a reply from the developer.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. I did reach out to the developer earlier today. I did not receive a response back in regards to solar.
Thank you, and I have one more question. For the affordable units, do we know the size that those 4 units will be? How many bedrooms?
Thank you very much. I believe that we look for those affordable units when it's 4, we look for them to be proportionally representative of the units, the distribution of units throughout the project. So I would expect that we would see units dispersed. I know that we would probably work with this applicant if we find eligible buyers. I think we will bend over to get them into the size of unit that works best for them, because finding eligible buyers can be difficult. And I know that flexibility is generally built in and given to the housing director.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And my questions are for Charity. So I'll get you to come back up. Couple questions. So EV ready, 2 EV ready parking spots. Can we get 4 EV parking spots? Not ready, but ready to go?
I can't commit here at the podium. I'd have to evaluate that and work with APS to see if that's a possibility as well. We could explore that.
Yeah, my understanding is with in talking to APS, it's easy to support 4 spots with 1 charging station. So I like to think it's pretty low hanging, and I would really appreciate your efforts on that.
Okay.
Not just to have like EV ready infrastructure to be utilized later, but parking spots that are ready to be plugged in when this project is built, assuming that's the direction of council. I would appreciate that, given our mutual values of sustainability. The bike parking, you said there's going to be bike parking at each building. Is it 12 spots at each building or 12 spots in total?
12 spots in full. So each building has 4.
Okay, is there anything we can do about that? Because it just doesn't seem, as we hear from the community and the concerns about parking in every development we face, the alternative is public transportation, as was mentioned, which there really isn't much access to, and then bicycle and multimodal, right, and pedestrian. Can we do better on that front?
At this time, I know that the site plan has been approved. We could certainly look at adding additional bike parking elsewhere on the site. We'd have to explore that.
Okay. I just really doesn't sit well, 12 spots for 69 beds when we're providing a car spot per bed. And the concern is that, there's too much parking and too much traffic. I think that's a solution that's easy. It's not to say that folks will utilize their bikes, but at least give them an avenue to park and own a bike. That'd be much appreciated by myself.
Okay.
And I wish we could have figured that out before tonight, but I guess it is what it is. My other questions, these are more comments. We heard from the public that this is going to be student housing. I just have to say that the mix of bedroom types, studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and then a few 3 bedrooms, to me is beautiful. It's a beautiful mix, and it's what our community needs. Now, will it end up in workforce housing for our community? It's hard to say. The market is going to do what it does, and it's going to make it really difficult for locals to make that their homes. But at least we're trying here, so I appreciate that. Can we do more than 4 units? Can we bump that up to 6?
As I mentioned in the presentation in December, the development agreement was approved by council, and we intend to move forth with the development agreement as negotiated at this time, which is the 4 units.
Okay. And just a couple more comments. We heard comments about character and how this doesn't fit in, and I just, think to myself, what would the character look like if the original plans were to be seen through of this development of the whole area? I think the character would be a lot different, and it is what it is today, but I just wanted to make that comment. I did tune into the Planning and Zoning Commission discussion. It was a split vote, 3-2. I believe there were commissioners that were missing from that discussion as well, that didn't attend for some reason. And I did follow up with a number of them over phone calls to better understand their logic. And I think that, to the comment of why do we have commissions and whatnot, well, these are hard decisions. And the commissioners said to me, well, Councilmember Shimoni, this is why you are a council member, because sometimes their decisions need to be brought up to the council level because it is difficult to face neighbors and frustrated individuals and still see that bigger need of the community of housing and whatnot. Short-term rentals, I think we covered that topic. And then I just wanted to say really quickly on the topic of road width, we've heard that the roads are very narrow, and that's a blessing, in my opinion, because it forces cars to slow down. A lot of our neighbors in the community will say with wide roads, cars are speeding too often, and that they need thinner roads. So we hear it from both sides. Our roads are too wide, and our roads are too thin. And so I don't know what the solution is, but I just wanted to say that so that everyone could hear that. And then I just find it ironic that we're talking about our Flagstaff 10-year housing plan after this, and it speaks to the need of 6,000 to 8,000 additional homes in Flagstaff to meet the need of the current community. And so, yeah, this is difficult. And this is what we have to face with as a council and as a community. I would really appreciate your follow-up on those topics I brought up with you regarding the bicycle infrastructure and the EV and also the affordable units. And thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember McCarthy.
This is just a follow-up to one of Mr. Shimoni's comments about bicycle parking. I actually live in Boulder Point, very close to Presidio, and I see a lot of bicycles going through there. There's a woman on my very street that commutes by bicycle. So if you could do anything to increase the bicycle parking, especially if it's undercover, that's really nice. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
All right. Other members of council. Councilmember Salas.
I have some procedural question, and I defer to the city manager or the city attorney. So what's the procedure when council approves an amended DA development agreement? Is it in a closed-door meeting?
No, it comes to the public in an open meeting, regular meeting.
And when are those meetings announced?
There has to be a minimum of 24 hours notice, but typically our agendas are posted the Friday prior to the meeting, with the public having the opportunity to view that, as well as council has sent the packet with all the supporting documentation for the agenda.
So the meeting agenda with the complete packet is posted about Friday night for the following Tuesday's council meeting.
And I should clarify that a little further. That's the final agenda. There's a draft agenda posted the Friday prior to, so 10 days prior to the meeting occurring. There's a draft that goes out, and there's a final agenda essentially 4 days before the meeting that goes out.
Thank you. And if there's any changes to the amended agenda, when are those posted?
They have to be posted a minimum of 24 hours in advance. So it would be Monday prior to 3 o'clock that they would be posted based on when our meetings start.
So do you concur of the statement that when the amended development agreement was approved by council unanimously in December, was done in a compliance with open meeting law and was made in public?
All of the agendas as well as that one have been posted in compliance with open meeting law and the rules of procedure, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Mayor, I did have one thing I wanted to bring up. I know that there was mention made of the CCRs. The city is not involved in CCR enforcement. In fact, the city doesn't have a role to play in the dispute that was referenced as well. I just wanted to make sure and remind council of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. Do we have any other further comments?
So I have a couple of comments regarding things that were said this afternoon, and it's not just this afternoon. We hear it pretty regularly about affordable housing, and I think that there's this public perception that if you're talking about affordable housing, you're talking about, I'm not exactly sure what's in the public's mind, but the idea that somehow people would not have access to cars or would live some kind of lifestyle that is fundamentally different from any of ours, I think is a very wrong conception about affordable housing. And especially a project like this, when you're looking at 100% AMI or less, I mean, these are going to be people who make more money than I do, I'm pretty sure. And regarding the P&Z Commission, and this is not a slight, I mean no disrespect to the P&Z Commission, and I believe that the request has been made of commissioners to please provide reasoning for their decisions. This has happened previously as well. They'll make a decision, and then it comes up to council, and council is told, well, they voted, it was unanimous, or you have to listen to the P&Z Commission, and that is not the case, and they are not experts. They are community members, like all of us, who step up to serve their community in this way. So I just wanted to make those two comments. Thanks.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I just want to note that this case was important to me, so I sat in on the planning and zoning meeting virtually, but I sat through the whole meeting, and two of the P&Z members could not make that meeting. There were two members that voted to allow the CUP, and both those members gave very strong and detailed reasoning of their support. And the three members that voted no gave no indication of why they were voting no. And I should have done what Mr. Shimoni did and maybe call some of them, but I didn't do that. But I was disappointed that they didn't tell us why they were going to vote no. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to say my 2 cents here. I also did speak with the P&Z Commissioner regarding this issue, and I did get a little more thorough of an explanation. And we have a Planning and Zoning Commission for a reason. These are people that volunteer their time. They spend countless hours reading through books, trying to understand very complicated issues like that. And I believe we need to show them proper respect for the work that they're doing for the community that they get no money for. They're trying to make sure that them as appointed by the city council are addressing the code that is approved by city council.
So, and that I have a hard time going against what planning zoning, and yes, I understand that there's certain, a little bit less clear of a situation in this circumstance than others, but I feel we're, multiple times now our council has gone against what has been suggested and recommended by P&Z, whether this issue or the ORA development beforehand. And I'm concerned that that's going to be a precedence for many of our volunteers and commissioners who want to dedicate their time and try to learn this stuff to be able to make the right decision. So I just want to say we need to show our commissions a proper respect in this regard. But Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to provide a space and time to acknowledge every commissioner who serves on every active commission we have on council, and we have at least 17 of them, if I'm not mistaken. And they are all appointed by council, and they are all volunteering their time, talents, and knowledge to serve our community. And their primary responsibility is review certain, for example, for the P&Z Commission, they review CUPs and zoning, and for other commissions, they review some policies and even make budget recommendations. Make recommendations. That is their responsibility. Make recommendations to council. And then council can take those recommendations, tweak them, approve them, pursue them, or sometimes the recommendation is denied. So just clarification of roles and responsibilities, what our commissions do and what council does. Whereas council, of course, council are elected. Our top responsibilities are choose a city manager to be in charge of the daily operations and management of the city, review and approve the budget, approve local ordinances and policies, and approve local laws. And I have also to say that I take offense when a member of the public states that the council has been misled or provided wrong information at a time when council made a unanimous decision to approve the amended development agreement, because we, council, stand on the shoulders of giants. Giants meaning our hardworking, professional, highly qualified, educated staff. And I believe that every day.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Mayor, I'd like to provide a motion if that's appropriate.
Yes, please do.
And Sterling, please correct me if I'm wrong in my motion, but I'd like to approve the conditional use permit requested from Miramonte LLC to establish a planned residential development on Tract M within the Presidio in the Pines Master Planned Development. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, it is.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I would suggest that you add the phrase with the conditions that were presented at the planning and zoning packet, because I think that's important.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. With the conditions presented.
I second that motion.
All right, I do have Councilmember Aslan wanting to make a comment before we go to a final vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to wait until this moment to speak. This is a very important vote, and we are in a housing crisis, and there are always contextual elements to each of these decisions, and they're never easy. I like this development. I think it is appropriate infill. I think it meets the findings. And so I had to think long and hard about how to approach this, given my new understanding of the situation that Presidio and Boulder Point are in with the opening of the gate at Woody Way. You may have noticed I asked lots of questions about Woody Way, and I feel that this is germane and critical and relevant to the conversation we're having right now. It's not going to affect the way I vote on the conditional use permit. I'm going to vote to approve it. But I just want to reiterate to our staff and to the residents on both sides of that little choke point that I feel that we're in a very critical morass or quagmire when it comes particularly to these two neighborhoods and the way that traffic and cars are utilizing the surface streets as a throughway. I think this is an emergency situation. I think we need to think long and hard about the best way to deal with it. I think there's always going to be some people who feel like there are winners and losers in a situation like this. And I don't want to be prescriptive precisely on how we decide to move forward with it. But I do think that it is more critical than ever that we figure this out quickly and that we don't wait very long to make the perfect the enemy of the good here. So that's just my plea to our city staff and our city manager and our engineering team who understand these situations and how to deal with them. I see that what data we've collected before it needs to be revisited and reevaluated. And I hope that we can get to that very quickly. You know, this conditional use permit and the development on this site by Miramonte isn't the issue. We've already got a terrible traffic situation going on in this area that needs to be resolved. And so I didn't want to lay down a sword on Miramonte for a problem that already exists and needs to be addressed. But if this conditional use permit is approved and Miramonte begins building immediately as they say they want to, it only makes the situation all the more critical. And I hope I've been heard tonight in terms of my desire for a solution to be revisited in that situation. Thank you, Mayor, for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Aslan. I'll just note that I'm the council liaison to the Transportation Commission, and I believe that this very subject, Woody Way, is on the agenda coming up probably just within a couple weeks. So it is going through the proper channels to be analyzed and evaluated, and then I don't know if the Transportation Commission will make a decision or if they will just make a recommendation to council. I think they actually have the authority to make a decision, but anyway, I'll leave it at that. But that it is coming up.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, we do have a motion on the table. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Nay? That motion carries.
Mayor, could I just clarify, were you a nay on that, or were you just asking for nays?
No, I am a no.
Thank you.
6-1. All right. Well, we will be adjourning this and getting into the work session. But
Mr. Mayor, may I just make a comment? I didn't get, just for the record, because I didn't realize I had some issues with the procedural stuff, but I just want to explain why I supported the CUP, because it meets the required findings in approving a conditional use permit as stated in our procedures. The required finding is that the conditional use is consistent with the objectives of the zoning code and the purpose of the zone in which the site is located. Finding number 2, that granting the conditional use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. And finding number 3, the characteristics of the conditional use as proposed and as it may be conditioned are reasonably compatible with the types of uses permitted in the surrounding area. Thank you, for the record.
All right. Well, I'm going to allow the public participation that's coming up and then take a break before we get into the 10-year housing plan. I know we have two for general public participation who've been waiting for 2 hours now, so I want to let you have your comments. Okay. Well, for the technicalities, this meeting is adjourned, and I'm calling to order our work session now, and that City Council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice regarding the further agendized issues. That brings us to general public participation. Anissa Doughton? And just so you're aware, during general public participation, we're not actually allowed to have a back and forth if it's not been agendized, so our silence is not because we don't want to.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
My name's Anissa Doughton. I know a lot of you. You've been to my home. I live on the corner of Linda Vista and Grandview, where we experience extreme flooding following the museum fire. I'm here today on behalf of myself, my family, who has been essentially pushed from our home. We're no longer living in our home because it's an unsafe and inaccessible place for my family of 6. I'd like to start by saying that the meeting time, being at 3 o'clock on a weekday, makes it difficult for a lot of our community who are working class folks to be here because you have to stop work, which a lot of us miss because of flooding, and have had a lot of financial burdens placed on us due to flooding, and so it's difficult to be here in the best of circumstances, and particularly given what our community is dealing with right now. We'd like to request that there be more transparent and comprehensive communication given to all community members affected by the flooding from the very top of the watershed all through the bottom southern part of the watershed, including Sunnyside. I know that there has been a lot of issues for community members who say, we don't know what's going on, we don't know where to look for information, we don't know who to contact when we have questions, and so that's something I've talked to numerous council members, both the mayor, the vice mayor, and other representatives from the city and the county. So we would like to have meetings maybe similar to the style we had when the fire had first happened, large community meetings outdoors if possible, to give information to people who need it, and to be transparent with the information. I think it's important that people know that the flooding isn't going to continue, that the flooding has not been stopped, it has not been mitigated, that people should expect that flooding will continue. And due to that, mitigation is recommended to stay in place. And for some people like myself, that means multiple layers of concrete barriers and sandbag walls up to 6 feet tall, which makes it impossible, if not very difficult and dangerous, to get in and out of our home. We'd also ask that this remains of high precedence to the council, that this is something that, as we go through this, both long-term and short-term issues are addressed on a regular basis with the council, and that the community continue to allow their voices to be heard and to come with concerns to the council and to the city and to the county to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Anissa. Scott Richards.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm going to kind of piggyback on Anessa's comments. I live on Grandview, about 2 houses down from her. And tonight I'm here just to basically respectfully request that the City Council, Mayor and Vice Mayor, keep considering further prioritizing flood mitigation on all levels for the museum fire floods due to the extreme dangers of high water volumes and velocity coming down these streets. The potential for bodily harm and up to and including fatalities is extremely high when these water flows are coming down these streets. As Anessa said, we all live with sandbags 4 to 6 feet high. We don't have access to our driveways. That means that when these floods are happening and anybody has a 911 emergency or any type of situation like that, it would be virtually impossible to get any kind of medical assistance down those streets. And also, I'd like to take a minute for a concern about the dust from the silt that is deposited from these floods. We are breathing it every day. It's everywhere. There are street cleaners that come and sweep the streets as much as possible. But this dust is also in our yards and in cracks and crevices where those street sweepers can't get to. And this stuff, every time a car drives by or there's traffic or wind, this stuff's up in the air. And I would like to see some of the funding go to analyzing this dust, see what's in it, and to see about getting it taken out as much as possible so we're not breathing this stuff, because as it goes further down the street, it's picking up material, dangerous liquids or whatever. Dead animals have been found in this stuff. So I'm just here to kind of keep you guys, I know our monsoon season's coming to an end, and I want to keep you guys on top of this. It's a very concerning situation for us. Also, with the winter months coming, we have parking issues and stuff like that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. All right, those were the only two for general public participation, correct? Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay, well, with that, I'd like to take a 20-minute break, and then we'll
Mayor
get
and
into
council, I'm sorry, we did receive one more public comment email, I thought, from Gail Jackson at Econa.
It's just going to take a moment, Mayor. Could we perhaps take a break, and
Yeah,
then
let's
that
take
gives me
our-
time to get her the link that
Certainly.
she's requesting.
Yep, well, let's be back here at 5:30, and you can have her ready to go then. Few minutes over here, so we'll get started and hopefully see Shimoni come down in just a minute, though he's tapping in electronically. We do have one public participant. If she wants to jump in here.
We have Gail Jackson on the line. You can go ahead with your comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gail Jackson. I'm the President and CEO of Econa, the Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona. And I'm here tonight to talk to you about Manufacturing Month that's coming up this Friday. It starts. October 1st is here. Manufacturing Month encourages careers in this important sector by spurring companies and educational institutions across the nation to open their doors to students, parents, teachers, and community leaders. It also empowers manufacturers to come together to address their challenges. So here at Econa, we are going to celebrate our manufacturers at the October Business Retention and Expansion Meeting on October 14th. We will share resources on the virtual reality platform that the Coconino Community Workforce Development Board has brought to our community. We'll also have a discussion with our workforce providers and facilitate that discussion with our manufacturers. NAU will also be offering a career fair in engineering on October 7th. And of course, our partners at the city have activities planned as well to celebrate all that manufacturing brings to our region. Look for more information to come on that. A vibrant manufacturing base leads to more research, development, and innovation, productivity, exports, and middle-class jobs. We've seen this in Flagstaff for a long time. Manufacturing helps raise the living standards more than any other sector. It generates more activity than any other sector, and there's no other sector that comes close to matching those numbers. In the state of Arizona, there are 4,600 manufacturing establishments, 75 here in Flagstaff. Those 75 businesses produced over $636 million in sales and collectively have nearly 3,500 employees, according to On the Map census data. Manufacturers carried us through the pandemic. They were one of the few industries that grew rapidly. And here in Flagstaff, they are one of our top 5 business clusters. The demand for manufacturing continues in our region as we've had over 35 different inquiries this calendar year, all in manufacturing. Currently, there are over 70 jobs in the manufacturing field listed on Indeed.com. I'd like to mention a few of our manufacturers in the region, and if you have a chance to thank them for their contributions to our community, that would be greatly appreciated. W.L. Gore, our largest corporate employer in Flagstaff, was recently named number 6 in the 20 best large workplaces for manufacturing and production. Mother Road Brewing Company recently gave a check to $30,000 to Arizona Game and Fish at a Williams Commission meeting. Super cool partnership. New Life Forest Products, they acquired a 425,000 square foot building and are hiring for 200 people. And lastly, UAC Whitehall Industries, which I'm sure you all know about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Appreciate it. All right, does that sum up all the public participation?
Yep, thank you, Mayor.
We're down to agenda item number 3, review of draft agenda for the October 5th, 2021 City Council meeting. Any questions, concerns, council? All right, on to agenda item number 4, update and review of Flagstaff's draft 10-year housing plan. Pretty cool.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Apologies for the delay. I thought I was set up and then I wasn't. It is my pleasure to be in front of you this evening as your housing director. I'm even more proud to be part of a team that has worked really hard to bring you the following draft 10-year housing plan as a kickoff to start our public comment period for the document. When we committed last December to having a plan in front of you in 9 months, we knew it was a huge lift, and we were really optimistic that we would be here today. What we didn't know at that time is how many people in Flagstaff were willing to work right alongside of us to harness data, have really hard discussions, to research, read, explore new ideas, and ultimately create this draft document. There were more than 80 volunteers that participated in informal working groups and 2,949 community survey responses that informed this draft. And we are looking forward to further community input over the next month. Some of the volunteers and members of the Housing Commission, as well as staff, have experienced both the hope and discouragement that comes along with creating an ambitious plan with the goal of addressing the decades-old problem of housing affordability in Flagstaff. The hope and excitement are based in having a 10-year plan in place to address the housing emergency declared by Council. The discouragement comes from the size of the climb in front of us, from the idea that each strategy in the plan taken by itself doesn't feel like enough, but taken together with each change, no matter how small, is a step toward what will add up to significant change over the next 10 years. I respectfully request that you and members of the public, as you read the draft document, you keep an open mind. There are areas of the plan that talk about exploring or researching things further. This is partially due to a function of time. 9 months is not enough time to figure everything out, but it is enough time to recognize areas that can be done differently, that need to be improved, or have further community conversation around them. There are 3 of us here tonight for this presentation. Myself, Leah Bloom, the housing project manager, the person who led this immense effort, and Justina Costa, our assistant housing director. Leah and I will share the presentation, and Justina is watching the chat. Well, we are the ones in front of you. This was an effort of all of our housing staff, even some on the housing authority side. As we discovered we needed additional hands on the deck, those hands were there, not only in the form of staff, but in the form of community members that really, really pitched in to get us where we are in front of you 9 months later with a draft document for your review. And with that, let me share. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought I had it up. I did. Stacy says she kicked me out. And it's It's going. It's going. Stacy, did that redo it? Or Mayor, did that redo it?
Yep, I am seeing it now. Thanks.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera off while I present, because Leah made this beautiful PowerPoint. And what I want to focus on this slide is this is the cover of the document. And we had some great help from CVB with Ralph and his team to depict the collective benefit of housing. You see all of the different elements that go into this little house with our trees here on the cover of the plan. And there are 4 elements that we will talk about tonight as part of the plan, and how over the next 10 years, we as the city as an organization and Flagstaff as a community will create, connect, preserve, and protect homes for Flagstaff residents. I do want to thank the entire Housing Commission, all of the city staff and informal working groups for their hard work and dedication to getting this done over the last 9 months. Tonight we're going to have, there we go, advancing. Here's an outline of tonight. We'll have a quick review of the housing emergency declaration, knowing that this presentation isn't only for council, but it is for the public as well. We'll quickly go over that, and then we'll revisit the updated needs assessment and share findings from internal working groups regarding local gap analysis. And once we cover the quantitative and qualitative results, we'll review the draft policy initiatives and strategies, and then we will deep dive into a single overarching goal for the 10-year housing plan. I want to preface our presentation with this piece of important dates. This will help frame where we are. We are at the beginning. We are kicking off our public participation, public comment period. We'll have another survey coming forward. In October, we have a number of targeted outreach opportunities through Econa, the Association of Realtors, F-Cube, the Chamber, etc., and 2 virtual outreach events that we will be conducting on the 7th and 27th. I say it's a 30-day public comment period, but it actually goes into November. Our goal, council, is to be back in front of you for consideration of adoption in early December. So a quick reminder about the Affordable Housing Declaration. And council declared a housing emergency in December 2020 with efforts to encourage more economically priced housing construction for the workforce, increase attainable housing opportunities for and occupied by local residents, to explore and support additional funding sources, and to create a foundational framework for establishing work programs, prioritizing staff work, and allocating necessary funding. You will see that this plan does provide the foundational framework for establishing these elements, and it also calls for ways for us to encourage more economically priced housing construction, and also exploring additional local funding resources that will assist in the creation of affordable housing and affordable housing opportunities. Although we do have, as the city, several planning documents in housing, when declaring the housing emergency, City Council directed staff to create a single comprehensive community-facing document to summarize both the city's immediate and long-term needs and strategies, working towards improving housing affordability. So this is that single comprehensive community-facing document. The stories we hear from residents and local reports verify that a lack of affordable housing is not just an individual problem, but rather a community problem that has collective consequences that negatively impact Flagstaff. This plan demonstrates how the consequences of failing to create, preserve, and provide access to affordable housing in Flagstaff is actually linked to lasting negative effects on our neighborhoods, health, children, environment, and jobs. This plan does provide a path forward for the next 10 years and proposes solutions to reducing Flagstaff's housing emergency. Both housing and sustainability want to address the housing emergency and climate emergency together and head on. Both the carbon neutrality plan and the draft 10-year housing plan have many solutions to support both declarations. And housing and sustainability, among other divisions, know that it doesn't need to be a competition. And of course, we're working towards using the word and instead of the word or when we talk about housing and sustainability. I bumped my mouse. There we go. We do want to point out that we as a community, we must share solutions and we must have open dialogue and innovative thinking. There will be times when council and the community will need to decide between one value or another, but it's imperative that we all act in good faith together so we can find creative solutions that actually move us forward towards a healthier and more inclusive community. You will see in this draft plan how housing is interconnected to healthcare, equity, neighborhood zoning and land use, sustainability, and economic opportunity. Housing doesn't stand on its own, nor do the other elements that impact housing. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Leah Bloom, who will take the presentation from here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Sarah. Hi, all. Leah Bloom, your housing project manager. I'm going to introduce myself with the camera on and then turn it off and hit the presentation. So we're going to cover public participation and project timeline and all the incredible work that has gone into the plan. This commission, Housing Commission actually established 6 informal working groups. Let's see if it advances. There we go. The working groups produced qualitative and quantitative data and created solutions to addressing the housing emergency. The working groups were the gap analysis, our neighborhood and equity working group, sustainability, land use and zoning, and housing and healthcare. Working groups included commissioners, city staff, and community stakeholders. Now, creating draft policies and strategies for this plan involved, like Sarah said, extensive community outreach. The policy initiatives and strategies have been vetted internally, through legal, and also through the commission. All right, so you're probably looking at this slide going, doesn't Leah know the simple rule of limited text on your PowerPoint slides? I do know that rule, but I couldn't help myself, and actually I'm really proud of this slide. Thus far, community engagement has included many individuals and organizations such as realtors, builders, developers, homeowners, and renters. The city's Indigenous commissioners hopped on board right after they were formed and joined our working groups. Organizations include NARBA, the Guidance Center, Flagstaff Shelter, Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona, NACA, NAU, Catholic Charities, League of the Neighborhoods, the Chamber, Icona, and Interfaith Council, just to name a few. So next slide. In the last 9 months, informal working groups grew into more than 80 volunteers, and 1,000 volunteer hours were committed to this project. A local housing survey was submitted and distributed throughout our community, garnering close to 3,000 responses. To date, the Housing Commission has approved the draft policy initiatives and strategies. The Commission has established and approved the draft plan and established the overarching goal of the document. Next steps for additional public outreach, with Sarah tackled, is a 30-day public comment period where the community can provide feedback on the draft housing plan, and they can provide prioritization using the community forum survey to dig deep into the draft policy initiatives and strategies. Along with our vice mayor, housing staff will conduct 2 virtual meetings, and these meetings will be educational and will encourage everybody to participate in the community forum to provide their feedback. All commissioners and all city board members have been or are going to be invited tomorrow to attend the up and coming public meetings, and the public meetings are going to be recorded with subtitles and shared broadly throughout Flagstaff. So now we're going to tackle the 10-year housing plan, which I'm really excited to get into. So next slide, please. What is affordable housing? As defined in the plan, affordable housing is when households pay no more than 30% of their income towards housing. Those who pay more than 30% are considered cost burden and may have difficulty affording necessities such as food, clothing, transportation, and medical care. Next slide, please. Area median income, which I know the council is very familiar with, is described throughout the plan. It's also known as AMI, and it determines who qualifies for affordable housing subsidies. AMI is, like I said, referred throughout the plan, and it explains how federal subsidies serve up to 80% of the area median income and how these funds are limited in our community. Now, the plan also defines the meaning of the term housing subsidy, which is defined as any form of financial assistance aimed towards alleviating housing costs. Again, the plan was written for residents of all income levels with an equity lens, ensuring that each household gets what that household needs in order to accomplish what is defined as affordable housing. Policy, initiatives, and strategies that aim to achieve equity may result in an unequal distribution of resources, but they will lead to more equitable outcomes for everyone. Flagstaff's housing continuum is the graphic you see here. Thanks again to Ralph. This represents a variety of housing types available for households of all incomes in Flagstaff. It indicates that households with different income levels require different levels of subsidy to move up or to advance through the housing continuum. So for the purpose of the plan, we are going to use the housing continuum as a method to communicate possible housing solutions for households at all income levels. Addressing the housing emergency will require adequate funding for programs such as eviction prevention, down payment assistance, and employer-assisted housing programs. It will also require the creation and preservation of affordable rentals and ownership opportunities. These bold steps must be accomplished in partnership across the housing sector, including all levels of government, nonprofit housing providers, private industries, and housing advocates from our community at large. We are now going to tackle the needs assessment, which is our quantitative reports. A lot of this information you've seen, so I'm going to share it but tackle it quickly. As you are well aware, Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona and the city's housing section update the local needs assessment annually. So the data here is updated and reflects 2019 census results. The conditions continue to show that, that Flagstaff residents need housing subsidies in order to remove households from living housing cost burden. So 47% of all of Flagstaff households are extremely low to low income, while 65% of all Flagstaff households are extremely low to moderate income. Again, this is indicating that 65% of our population here in Flagstaff would require some amount of subsidy to achieve housing that is defined as affordable. This is challenging in a market that has 13% higher for the cost of living and is 29% higher for the cost of housing compared to the national average. Shocking data indicates that since 2011, the median sales price of a home rose by 119%, while area median income only increased by 16%. And roughly 22,000 residents in Flagstaff are currently living housing cost burden. So let's paint the picture of what families can truly afford. Flagstaff is what it is because of the people that live here. Again, looking at a family of 4, at 100% of the area median income, they can healthily afford rental housing that costs no more than $1,920 a month. And they could potentially buy a house with an affordable mortgage at $359,000. For a family of 4, That size of house and the cost of housing is really difficult to find in both rentals and in ownership opportunities. For a single person household, let's say the service industry, they can afford a house that is $125,000, which would be extremely difficult to find in our market. And in order for them to rent and not be rental cost burden, that single individual would need to find a small rental for $780 a month, which can also be a struggle in today's rental market in Flagstaff. With this, it's bringing it full circle again and confirming that we need to increase housing subsidies and update development practices to create and preserve access for affordable housing. So now on to our housing survey. The 10-year housing plan survey was created by our gap analysis working group, and the survey collected data from Flagstaff residents on living conditions, the cost of housing, and household goals. The survey was shared with Flagstaff businesses, multifamily developers really trying to get renters to participate, community members, and the continuum of care. The city shared the survey via social media, Housing Authority and housing newsletters. Flagstaff's community forum did a couple pushes for this, and we also took paper surveys to clients at our emergency shelter and our transitional housing. The surveys were available via SurveyMonkey, and they were in print at local libraries and at various service provider locations. It was provided in both English and Spanish. So here are some of the results. 2,949 respondents participated. The results were compared to the data on the U.S. survey using U.S. Census data and the Department of Housing and Urban Development data. Responses were collected from at least one representative from 78 out of the 85 neighborhoods. 62% were homeowners, 32% were renters, and 3% of the participants were people experiencing homelessness. More than 20% of the respondents reported having lived in Flagstaff for more than 10 years. Now, the survey gathered information on housing cost burden results too. And as you know, housing cost burden is defined as 30% of a household's monthly income going towards housing. So 35% reported being housing cost burden. And of that, 50% were renters and 27% were homeowners. 23% of the respondents reported being severely housing cost burden, which means they are paying more than 50% of their income towards housing costs. We also dove deeper and really looked at the barriers that the respondents and the participants face towards homeownership. So among the responders that were not homeowners, 88% cited that the average home price being the major barrier. Over half of the non-homeowners cited paying too much in rent and not being able to save up for a down payment was a barrier. And 20% said that qualifying for a mortgage was a barrier. More pronounced than any other trend is that 92.7% of respondents agree or strongly agree that owning a home is important to them. Now we started to look into, of those respondents and residents, if they were considering leaving Flagstaff due to the housing cost. So respondents illustrated that the housing emergency is causing residents to leave Flagstaff. While nearly 39% of the respondents reported that they are not likely to leave or to move away from Flagstaff, a little over 50% of Flagstaff residents said that they were somewhat likely or very likely considering leaving Flagstaff due to housing costs. And an additional 7.8% said that they were nearly certain that their households would leave Flagstaff due to housing costs. The last finding that I want to share with you guys tonight is we asked residents if affordable housing in Flagstaff was important to them. The survey found that residents strongly supported the development of affordable housing in the survey. 85% supported or strongly supported affordable housing development. And this was included in those, again, who strongly agree or agree. That's 85%. The survey then asked the surveyor if they supported the creation of affordable housing in their neighborhoods. When this question is localized to the respondents' neighborhoods, support for affordable housing development dropped by 20% among both strongly agree and agree groups. Now we're going to go into the local gap analysis. So our informal gap analysis working group worked so hard. They carried out methodologies. We first looked at affordable housing market and subsidized market rate together, and then we looked at the market rate housing together. So I'm going to cover that separately. So the informal working group for the affordable/subsidized housing need carried out a methodology used by the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies, the Montgomery County Interagency Commission on Homelessness. We used Freddie Mac Housing and Economic Research data, and we used assessor data and compared it to American Community Survey, which is of course the census, to find the household size and income range of those households most in need. So as you can see, we had to gather a lot of different sources here. We paired data on the number, size, and income of households in Flagstaff, which displayed our demand. And then we took the data on the number, size, and cost of housing in Flagstaff, which shows our supply. Now, this is a point in time. These numbers can't show folks that are moving in currently. So this is just the data we have at hand. And I want to share with you in our next slide the affordable/subsidized housing need. So taking the supply and the demand and assuming perfect sorting so that every household looks for a house that is the right size and the cost, of course being 30% of their income, the results were confirming to housing practitioners in this working group. As you can see across the board, households earning between 0 and 80% of the area median income, they're in need of affordable housing subsidies or units. The finding indicates that Flagstaff currently has 10,916 households that are extremely low to low income households in need of affordable housing subsidies or units. There's additional information regarding 1,156 households. Mostly this is in our 80 to 120% area median income. These households are mostly 4+ member households, and they appear to benefit from some sort of housing subsidy. Now, this gap analysis depicts that these low to moderate income households have a slightly higher advantage in finding affordable housing, yet there is still a need of 1,156 households in need of affordable housing subsidy or units. On to the market rate housing need gap analysis. So to determine the market rate, the informal working group took into account housing production and population growth using regional census data, and we also looked at short-term rental data by applying the city's procured lodging rev compliance database software. For the population growth, local census data was applied, and for the residential housing construction, regional census data was applied using the Western state regional data from the census. Now, although there is local data available to create this comparison, which we did, and the results showed less than 1,000 units, we decided to eliminate the multiple sources, and for the comparable purposes, we used the regional data, which did a good job reflecting our community as well. Housing production, as you can see here, housing production has declined since the peak in the 1990s despite steady population growth. Construction virtually shut down during the recession in 2018, and since that time it has slowly increased, but it has not reached the prior levels of production. So for the next slide, the gap analysis, again, a snapshot in time, and it can't forecast the future. But you can see there's an estimated market rate housing gap of 7,976 units. Of those, 7,441 units are due to underproduction, and 535 are from conversions to short-term rentals. So it's important to note here too that approximately 259 owner-occupied short-term rentals do exist in Flagstaff city limits. That's owner-occupied. So there is somebody, a resident living in there full-time and renting out a room. And the informal working group did not want to count the owner-occupied short-term rentals to the gap analysis because this active income can assist homeowners from reducing their mortgages and possibly removing their household from living in housing cost burden situations. Perhaps more importantly, because the owner still is occupying the home and could be a full-time residence here in Flagstaff. So diving a little bit deeper into the draft plan, other data is definitely included and addressed in the document. And some of the market conditions that we included are the city's land that's designated to affordable housing. We looked at the changes in the average household size, second home numbers, and we also looked at Northern Arizona University student population and their development growth. So I would encourage the public to refer to the draft document. So with all these numbers fresh in our mind, we have to say that this does not alone mean that our community has 20,048 households living without a place to call home. It means that 12,072 low-income households are living in less than ideal housing situations, such as paying too much in rent, doubling up, and unable to advance through the housing continuum, while the remaining 7,976 market rate houses are needed to free up pressures on Flagstaff's housing stock and to catch up with population growth. So in a market without enough housing and without adequate subsidies, the people who lose out the most are Flagstaff's low to moderate income residents. Again, that is 47% of our population. This plan's policy initiatives and strategies include increasing both the number of housing units and subsidies to provide targeted assistance to households in need. Both elements are mutually interchangeable and will require bold action to address the housing emergency. So next, we are going to get into the solutions. So as Sarah mentioned, the plan focuses on 4 categories: create, connect, preserve, and protect. If adopted in December, over the next 10 years, we can go to the next slide, the city will continue to advance housing opportunities for Flagstaff residents by these policy initiatives and strategies. Next slide, please. Policy initiatives and strategies will be implemented by the City of Flagstaff through a collaboration of city staff and private, public, and nonprofit partnerships and the city's budget process. For the detailed list of policy initiatives and strategies, which will include the scope for each strategy, the term length, and the city's collaboration, please refer to page 44 in the draft document. Today, I'm just going to be providing a summary. So for the first category, we have create. There are 5 policy initiatives and multiple strategies to creating housing options for households of all income levels and family sizes occupied by local residents. Policy initiative Create 1 is to create a dedicated funding source to affordable housing in Flagstaff. This will be accomplished by strategies such as presenting a 2022 bond measure to council, creating a fund to acquire land and units, and identifying ongoing resources for assisting households experiencing homelessness, at risk of becoming homeless, and first-time homebuyers. Policy Initiative Create 2 will explore building innovation and cost-saving practices through strategies such as hiring an independent consultant to review city codes, processes, and fees, and to determine whether modification, reduction, or elimination would facilitate cost-saving development. Another strategy is to create a dedicated team within planning and development services specifically for affordable housing. Other strategies are to establish a simplified entitlement and development review process and to make pre-approved standard plans available for property owners. And lastly, to conduct and to promote net zero and net zero ready affordable housing when funding is available. Policy Initiative Create 3 is to ensure that the regional plan includes robust affordable housing goals and policies, and this will be accomplished by strategies such as supporting density related to affordable housing, identifying areas with existing infrastructure to support density and intensity development. Create 4 is to amend the zoning code to facilitate the development of all housing types. And as you can see, there are a lot of strong strategies here that include review and amend the planned residential development standards, explore appropriate commercial locations where affordable housing is suitable, adding affordable housing to the public facility zone, to review parking standards, evaluate resource protection overlay standards, and to continue to amend ADU standards and flexibility for increased density. Create 5 is to incentivize the creation of affordable housing through various programs and mechanisms. And strategies include updating the incentive policy and enhancing the employer-assisted housing program and the Flagstaff Community Land Trust model. Now, in policy, in the Create policy section, it is very clear that developable land is a major issue in Flagstaff, and these strategies provide solutions for increasing housing supply. We're getting closer. So for policy category Connect, the efforts here are to connect people to equitable housing solutions. Connect 1 is to implement a framework for centering equity on proposed and existing housing policies, practices, and programs. Strategies to accomplish this are to evaluate housing policies in city planning documents and to ensure equity. To continue to work with local continuum and care to integrate equity into all programs, and to utilize city resources to educate the community about financing and housing opportunities to help households advancing through the housing continuum. Connect 2 is to reduce homelessness in Flagstaff and to seek creative solutions to foster housing permanency for all. Strategies include creating a housing navigator position and to continue to support our continuum of care. Connect 3 is to integrate healthcare into housing programs and housing into healthcare, which will be accomplished through education and partnerships with our community to develop and promote community health data into housing services. Preserving. So this is our next one. Preserve is all about preserving affordable housing. Policy Initiative Preserve 1 is to expand efforts to preserve existing housing stock. This will be accomplished through continuing home ownership rehabilitation programs and establish an affordable housing rental rehabilitation program. It will also include acquiring and rehabbing already built properties for affordable housing. Preserve 2 is to encourage adaptive reuse. This will be accomplished by using low-income tax credits and historic preservation tax credits for the acquisition and rehabilitation of affordable housing. Another strategy includes reviewing the land use goals, policies in the regional plan, specific plans, and city code to remove barriers to adaptive reuse for the creation of affordable housing. And lastly, the housing section and sustainability section will partner to seek grants for housing programs and developments that invest in environmentally friendly retrofit and upgrades. All right, we're on our 4th policy initiative, Protect. Protect is protecting people from housing discrimination and removing housing barriers. Policy Initiative Protect One is to continue the commitment to further federal and Arizona fair housing laws in all housing-related services and programs, to support those who seek to reduce barriers to equitable housing solutions and provide fair housing education and resource to the community. This will be accomplished with strategies such as working with our community partners to assess housing models not already utilized in Flagstaff and processes and create programs that address systemic and structural barriers to justice impacted citizens, and to research ways to incentivize landlords who rent to those with housing vouchers and other housing barriers. Protect 2 is to ensure that housing is part of every Flagstaff neighborhood and work to address disparate impact as part of any development or redevelopment. Strategies accomplished through this policy initiative consist of creating an affordable housing impact statement to evaluate, better understand, and develop strategies to address the disparate impact of programs like crime-free multi-housing and other relevant programs and policies, and to implement a public outreach campaign to educate our community about the critical role affordable housing plays in a thriving community. And the last policy initiative is Protect 3, which is to continue to lobby and support federal and state legislation to encourage change to federal and state laws and to increase the amount of funding available for the preservation and construction of affordable housing. This involves advocating to the state to allow for greater local control of vacation rentals and second homes, and pursuing local and legislative changes that increase the preservation and creation of affordable housing, and to explore expanding state and local fair housing protected classes. I know that that is a lot of information at hand. Thank you for listening to these solutions. I am happily going to take a break from talking and hand it back to Sarah Dar to cover the goal of the plan.
Thank you, Council, and thank you for your patience with the slide changing. We're having either a delay or it's super fast, so I'm working on the timing. Thank you for your patience. I drew the short straw in getting to present this element. This was one of the hardest things that we as housing staff undertook during this process, is establishing the goal, the single overarching goal for the community, and also the two elements that feed into it. So we banged our heads on the wall a lot, and we were trying to come up with a way to come up with what council wanted, which was a big, audacious goal, something that is meaningful and yet achievable at the same time, something that challenges us to keep moving forward, but isn't so big that it's discouraging at looking at it. And so what I'm going to talk about in the next few minutes is I'm going to go over the single overarching goal, then I'm going to talk about the elements that feed into it, and then I'm going to tell you why we thought as staff that this was a decent recommendation. We, of course, are open to feedback. The Housing Commission did discuss, they added a couple words, which I'll discuss in a moment, but did approve it. And so, I am pushing the button now. We'll see how long it takes for it to, there it goes. Our single overarching goal for the 10-year housing plan is to reduce the current affordable housing need in Flagstaff by half. So this will be supported by two fundamental elements that together will significantly impact housing attainability. And this goal will be achieved through the implementation of multiple policies, initiatives, and strategies in this document. Implementation of the initiatives and strategies will be accomplished not only by the City of Flagstaff through the budget process and collaboration with city staff, but also in collaboration with private, public, and also nonprofit partnerships. So how do we get there? We felt that there were two elements that get us there. Element one is to create or preserve 7,976 units by 2031 with a minimum of 10% affordable housing, to increase the overall supply of market rate, workforce, and affordable housing occupied by local residents. I don't often read slides, but we had some heartburn over trying to make sure that we worded this so that it was understandable and made sense. This also hits on council's expressed goal as well, is that this isn't only about affordable housing, but that this is we need housing for everybody. We need workforce. We need market rate. This is not simply about affordable housing. Element 2 is to impact at least 6,000 low to moderate Flagstaff residents through a combination of unit creation or subsidy provision. The change that the Housing Commission made here was to add the words that are underlined on the slide, and that is at least. What we presented was impact 6,000. They said, no, impact at least 6,000. So these will be achieved, again, through implementation of the policy initiatives and strategies. And those create the foundational framework for establishing work programs for the next 10 years, prioritizing staff work, and allocating necessary funding for implementation. So that's a bunch of words and gobbledygook. We were thinking, how can we explain this in a graphic? How can we put this in front of folks so that they understand what we're talking about? So these circles are actually equal size. I know sometimes because the green is darker, it looks bigger, but they are equal size. And that these two elements feed together to achieve the single overarching goal. On the green, it is units built or preserved. And in the blue is subsidy provided. As Leah mentioned, our housing need in our community does not mean that we have people, that many people unsheltered. We have that many people living in less than desirable housing conditions where it is either unsafe or they are housing cost burdened. So we understand that there are units built or preserved that can be market rate, etc. And there's also subsidy provision. There's going to be some overlap in the middle. And that overlap is where new affordable housing units come in. So a new affordable housing unit will achieve this both through the creation of a unit or preserved unit, but also acknowledging that there is a subsidy to get there. So here's why we thought we might be able to do this. So in element 1, which is to create or preserve 7,976 units by 2031 with a minimum of 10% affordable, Justina and Leah sat down and did some data crunching, and they looked at our permits granted. They took a 5-year average of those permits, and that 5-year average is 584 building permits, and multiplied it by 10. So there's our average single family numbers and our average multifamily numbers, and it came up with a number of 5840. So we then added in units we think might be realized by utilizing city-owned land already dedicated for affordable housing use, and then the owner-occupied rehabilitation program. That brought us to 6,106 units. So the thought here was that with all of the different strategies and policy initiatives being implemented, that we could see a 25% increase over time, which brought us to 7,633. So we looked at that number and we thought, that's remarkably close to that market rate need of the 7,976. It's actually 343 units different. So we rounded and went a little bit bigger. Not much, just a little bit. But it's that 20 increasing units within our community built 25% above what our average has been for the last 5 years. Now, please keep in mind that this is all subject to changing market conditions. We could have another construction boom. We could also have interest rates go up that would impact building.
Sorry to interrupt, Sarah. Councilmember Salas has a question on this slide.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question particularly on this slide. The target of 76 unit to create or preserve. Does this take into account the projects in the pipeline that were already approved by council? They're either under development or haven't broken ground yet, but they've already been approved by council, let's say just in the last year and a half. Say, the Sky Cottages at Timber Sky, the Miramont on East Ponderosa Parkway, the apartments on 4th Street and Butler, and so on and so forth.
That depends, Mayor, Councilmember Salas, on whether or not they have pulled permits. So by and large, most likely not, unless they are moving forward and have pulled permits. So it's not a simple answer, my apologies. So it's a combination. So if permits have been pulled and things are under construction, they are here. If they have not yet been pulled, they are not.
Thank you so much, Ms. Darby. Yeah, pulling permit, that means the project is happening. And
yes.
Yes, so the 7976 units are the projects or units that are not happening yet.
Yes, it's a 5-year average, the last 5 years times 10, plus our city-owned land and our small effort at housing rehabilitation, which brought us to that 7633 number, which was darn close to what the number was in the need category above. And so we just went up. It's not even rounding. We just increased it. So why did we pick building permits? We picked building permits because there are lots of times where things get approved and they don't get built, or they don't get built for a decade or more. And so we really wanted to see what was being built. And that's why we chose to utilize the permit piece.
Thank you so much, Mr. That's very informative. And the calculation based on granted permits that were pulled and calculated in the next 10 years is a realistic goal. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. On to the next element, which was to impact 6,000 low to moderate Flagstaff residents. I pushed the button and it changed on my screen. It just hasn't changed on yours yet. Through a combination of unit creation or subsidy. Going to keep talking and it will change. You may recall that need was around 12,000. It was actually 12,072. Did we go?
No, it hasn't switched yet.
All right. I will just keep talking and it will go. I promise you, it will go. Go.
There we go.
Okay. Yay. Thank you for your patience. We were looking at this and we were saying, well, how do we, and it looks like we're losing that piece again. I'm going to keep talking, Council. We looked at the 5-year average of programs that we are serving. There it goes. There it goes. If we don't have a change in funding, we project serving 474 households, low to moderate income households over 10 years. And that's looking at our 5-year average over our programs such as employer-assisted housing, community homebuyer assistance programs, and you can see the households associated with these numbers there. Eviction prevention, one of the bigger ones, and first-time homebuyer down payment assistance program at 68. So without an increase of funding, if we stay status quo, we're going to serve around 474 households. Now, we were looking at this and we thought if we come to council and we say, council, we're going to serve over the next 10 years less than 500 households with this housing plan, that we'd get thrown out of the building. Maybe not. Maybe just some chastisement there. Because that's not a big audacious goal. That's what we're doing right now. And so we kicked around percentages. We thought, okay, well, do we say we're going to double it? Do we triple it? Do we say we're going to do 5 times that? How do we do this? And how do we make it so that the community can understand it? Because this is complex. We looked at what we did for 5 years and we multiplied it by 10. Now, given that is without an increase in funding, which, as we know from Leah's presentation, that the plan does call for efforts to increase funding. So we thought, let's just go big and let's address half of what the current affordable housing need is in Flagstaff. And that would be to impact 6,000 low to moderate income households through a combination of unit creation or subsidy. And this should say at least, given the Housing Commission's recent change. And we felt that this was doable because of the increase in subsidy. We know that it's a reaching goal. We know that there are a lot of factors that could change this, that could impact it for better or for worse, which is why we need this to be a living document so that we can update it on an annual basis and say, Council, we have gone through a boom time and we have more money than we know what to do with. I'm just pretending at this point. And we're ready to make this number even bigger. But we wanted a goal. We wanted a stretch goal. We may end up adjusting this up or down in the next 10 years. And of course, all of these will be accomplished through those 4 policy initiatives of creating, connecting, protecting, and preserving within our community. These are the foundational framework that we will look to in making recommendations in the next 10 years. And we are super excited to receive community feedback, not only from you, but from the community overall as we move forward in the next month. I think this is the point where I hand it back to Leah to talk about our timeline and next steps.
Okay, so we have one more slide, and if we can advance to it, that would be great.
Working on it. I pushed the button.
I know you are. It is a slide you have seen, so we can talk about it. It is the important date slide that we showed you at the beginning of this presentation, and it goes over the 30-day public comment period, which we noted is more than actual 30 days. And we want to hear from everyone. So emails are going to be shared with tons of information. Those are forthcoming, like as in tomorrow, we'll be sending out emails to over 4,000 inboxes. So please share broadly with constituents and community. All information is provided on the City of Flagstaff's housing webpage, and we are going to be actively advertising via press release and emails and social media posts, thanks to Sarah Langley. So you will see a lot of announcements coming your way for asking folks to participate in the public participation process for the draft year or the draft 10-year housing plan. And with that, we can go to the last slide, and we would love to open it up to questions, comments, and feedback. Thank you so much, Council.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Sarah. Council, questions? That was a lot of information. Yes, Councilmember Sweet.
I don't have any questions as of yet. I just wanted to thank everyone for the hard work. Yes, a lot of information, and I look forward to meaningful action items on this, forming more partnerships and strengthening the ones that we have. And the equitable piece is very important, so I appreciate that that's in there. And again, thank you for all of your hard work. It could take me weeks to really read every single word, but I have tried, and it's a lot of really good information. Great to know where we have been so that we know where we need to go. So thank you.
you, Councilmember. I do have one question, a couple, but with the survey, did we take demographic information with it, with the near 3,000 results?
Mayor, this is Leah, and we did. We are currently diving deeper into the survey and want to share more findings gathered around demographic information. We matched those questions based off of HUD's demographic information, and we'll have those in the final document.
Excellent. Yeah, I think that's an important component as we duly, are dealing with the equity concerns and putting that into our plan. So,
and as a follow-up, oh, sorry to interrupt. As a follow-up, on the city's webpage, we have a second document that has our methodologies and our results from the survey that you can dive into really deep. But we are going to simplify that and get that into the final document. Thank you for the question.
Excellent. Thanks. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Staff, thank you for this really great work. And I'd like to also thank all of our community partners. Flagstaff, we say it over and over, but we're very fortunate that we have such an active citizenry that gave so much of their time to make this happen, and so many organizations that are working on housing issues. And I would just like to state personally that I so enjoy working with housing staff, and they are just top notch. And I'm really, really grateful to you for your expertise and your care and concern about all members of our community.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, what a great plan and very impressive work. I really appreciate all the graphics. I really resonate with those as with my learning style. And as you might know, I've already shared these graphics on social media, and there is a lot of buzz about this plan, and I look forward to empowering the public and connecting them to the public comment portion of this. So a lot of buzz around this topic in the community. This is a top, focal point for the community, because I think we're all feeling the strain of the increasing market, and it's tough. So just a couple comments and a couple questions. The percentage of people looking to leave Flag is extremely concerning. It's been a topic of interest for a few years now that keeps coming up, and it is real. I think that we are really at a turning point in Flagstaff and at a crossroads, and if we continue with business as usual, we're going to see a big mass exodus out of Flag that has already begun. I think we've already started to see a lot of folks leaving. At least I've heard of a lot of people already leaving or talking about leaving, and it's extremely concerning. Quick question. So in the document, it talks to us being one of only 3 states in the nation that doesn't allow for inclusionary zoning. I would be curious to dive into those 2 other states a little bit more and learn about what they're doing in creatively to address the obstacles that they're facing, like we're facing, in regards to not being able to require inclusionary zoning. So that's just a little side point that I'd like to dive deeper into. I'd also like to talk more about how do we address the market price. I know that the market seems to be a beast that we can't really discuss or really impact, but I'd like to learn more about what are the main key components of the market and that creates the market price, so that we can, as a council body and as a city, do our best to influence the market, however that might look. It'd be great to get specific plans for each of the different categories of the AMI levels. I really like the 4 main focus points of create, connect, preserve, and protect, but I would like to maybe dive deeper into specifically for each of the different categories of AMI, what is the game plan and how do we achieve it, and what are things that council can do versus what are things that developers can do and public, et cetera, et cetera. And then the last topic I have is it'd be great to dive into how do we combat the NIMBYism culture that we see almost weekly at the dais, in the council chambers. What's the game plan? How do we tell the story of the need? I mean, we heard earlier tonight members saying, hey, you build this project and approve this, conditional use permit for infill, that is going to harm the well-being of Flagstaff and the citizens. And so that, I think in our opinion as a council body, is not necessarily accurate. And so how do we get the community buy-in, and specifically the neighborhood buy-in of, the tension that exists when these infill projects do come about? We really need to unite around this emergency that we've declared and get behind this. And I think that the housing plan will help with that tremendously in terms of building public support and awareness. So we might be on that track, but it'd be great to kind of even dive in deeper about how to create that YIMBY culture. I don't know. I can start throwing out ideas, but I'll leave it there. Does staff have anything that they'd like to comment to in regards to my points, specifically about the other states, or market, or specific plans to each of the different AMI levels?
Councilmember Shimoni, I will attempt to tackle it. There was a lot of information in there. Now I know what you feel like listening to us go on and on with our plan.
Turnabout's fair play.
It's totally fair play. I will have to spend a little bit more time on the states. I know that last time I looked, which was a number of years ago, Leah is the one who did the heavy lift in this area, that they were states that didn't necessarily face the challenges that we do. And so we weren't able to harvest a whole lot from them. But again, it's been a while since we looked at that. As far as plotting out things by AMI, I think we will get there. I think we're going to have to get there in some form. So much of that is going to be dependent on funding. And if that funding is local, for example, if council puts a bond on the ballot and it passes, that gives us much greater leeway to address different strategies through an AMI level. If we continue to be dependent on, federal and state funding, that's really going to limit what we can do, not only for the limited dollar amounts, but the AMI groups that we are able to address. And so I'm wondering out loud if we think that might be something we can bring forward on an annual basis, as to what we're going to be able to impact within the next 12 months. Because I do see that changing over the time period for this plan. I don't think it will be static. I don't think we can say we're going, at least at this point in time, that we can say we're going to do 2,000 of this and 1,500 of that right now. Without additional information, we're going to glean throughout the process of implementing this plan. Was there another spot you were hoping I would speak to and I didn't write it down in my notes?
I guess the market, but I mean, we can dive into these things later. I know these are huge topics.
The market's challenging because we live in a capitalistic society, and so we will have to work very closely with legal on that, especially given Arizona's flavor of its state laws, to make sure that whatever we're doing in that area is in compliance with our state laws, or come back to you and say, council, here are the challenges in implementing this idea. So we will make note of that and keep moving in that direction.
Okay, thank you for that, Sarah. And just a quick follow-up, and then I'll close out my comments. In looking at the other two states, maybe even looking into our own state further, I can imagine there being just a handful of communities that maybe are what we really zone in on to look at what they're doing in terms of getting creative and how to make it work. Sedona comes to mind in terms of within our own state. But I know that they are also extremely struggling with their housing situation. But yeah, I'd be curious to see if there's any gems of approaches that seem to work in any of the three states that are I guess, in the situation that we're in. But in closing, I want to just thank you, Leah and Justina, for your hard work on this. This is a great plan. This is a great start. This really lays the groundwork for us to really move forward from. I want to thank the Housing Commission. I want to thank Vice Mayor Daggett for your service on that commission, and also to all the community members that have engaged in this process thus far. This is tremendous and very exciting, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this continues forward. So thank you. And lastly, thank you to the council who believes in this topic and that something needs to be done. I think that all of us working together on this is just the only way we're going to move forward to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Raslin has a question.
Yeah, hi. So, Councilmember Shimoni, if you and Sarah figure out how to address the market, please let the rest of the country know.
Working on it. You got it.
You know, one of the things that I really like about this, and there's a lot of things, is how practical it is. And I like how you've remained focused on the actual things that we think we can probably do. And I agree that our focus should stay on those topics. We're not the only community around the country that is suffering from housing affordability. And there's a lot of good sideways horizontal learning going on, and a lot of great new ideas coming forth, and the landscape is always changing, and the context for that is always changing. And I'm sure one of the neat things about this is we have the opportunity to show leadership and to be a resource for other communities that are struggling with these same problems. So thank you for that leadership to this team. You know, as I said, there's a lot of things I really like about this, and it's unfortunate that I kind of want to zero in on one of the things I'd like to troubleshoot tweaking, because I don't want that to overshadow how pleased I am with this overall effort and how impressed I am with it and with the team that put it together. So I know we're all family here, and I hope you can appreciate that distinction. What I keep coming back to, and I think a lot of people are going to think about this, and so I think it might be worth thinking about the best way to be preemptive in addressing it. I firmly believe that we will never build our way to affordability. I understand the housing continuum and how there needs to be a pipeline and movement there so that people can move up through this stepwise ladder. And so don't get me wrong, but we also live in a time where supply and demand are very powerful forces. We live in a time where our neighbors to the south are going to be experiencing heavier and heavier pressures of their own to climate migrate from Phoenix to other places. In one sense, as we build houses, they can very easily be swept up by people who are looking for second homes, people who are looking for investment opportunities, and people who are just looking to move out of their current situation. And what I sense from this plan is that what we're all trying to do, going through the slides here, the single overarching goal, which I think is great, reduce the current affordable housing need in Flagstaff by half. I think it would be nice to couple that with the side of it where we acknowledge that what we're trying to do is that if someone is here and wants to remain here, that they're able to remain here. I think that needs to be stated very specifically, and there should be something in here that addresses the nuances of the market rate housing, and specifically what I'm talking about, that we don't just want to build more houses. That's not the full story. We need more houses. We need more market rate housing because it's part of the housing continuum. But what we don't need to do is simply build, 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 and have second homeowners and migrants moving here and leaving the very people that we're all kind of talking about in the back of our minds and our hearts out of the equation still. So, Sarah, maybe you can talk to that a little bit. I know this has come up before. We're not just simply putting out a clarion call to builders to come to Flagstaff and develop every square inch of land we have. We need this to be in the service of affordability. And I heard a couple things in there that either spoke to that differently and needs to be just fixed moving forward, or if there's something fundamental here that we're actually disagreeing about, how do we get through that a little bit? Oh, and before you answer, Sarah, I wanted to also mention specifically how grateful I am at the beginning of this presentation that all of you are trying to think about the housing crisis and the climate crisis in a both-and framework. I think it's very important to open with that, and that's what you did. And I just wanted to acknowledge your acknowledgement of the opportunities that we have when we think about these problems synergistically as opposed to competitively.
Mayor, Councilmember Aslan, thank you so much for the comments and for the question. And you'll notice if you look at our attendees, we do have sustainability staff in the room. This is a great working partnership. We had the opportunity to input into the climate action plan, and they've had the opportunity to work with us on the housing plan, for which is a partnership we are incredibly grateful for, because we overall are reaching for the same goal, which is a sustainable Flagstaff. And sustainable means that it is sustainable for the people that live here. Housing is part of that. And so I think housing staff is sick of me saying and, not or, in relationship to a lot of different topics. And this is one of those. I really believe we can get to and. There's a place. Sometimes if we partner on projects, we can go a lot further. I do hear you about occupied by local residents. In element 1, we actually added it, occupied by local residents here. We had a discussion about it because it's not something that we can necessarily impact. It's something that we can look at legal ways that that we can look at how we can do this. But we decided, because this is a plan and this is a goal, we wanted to go ahead and put in by local residents, because that's the intent, is by local residents. We can beef that up. And I really like the idea, and I don't think we have it in the language, that we want people to be able to stay. We want people to be able to live in our community, to come to our community if they desire to be a part of it, and especially those that live here to be able to stay. I think, looking forward, we're going to rely heavily on the circle slides. I pushed the button. It's not going. Where we talk about units built or preserved, and subsidy provided, with those new affordable housing units in there in the middle. And I'm going to rely heavily on this moving forward in talking to the community and to you about what we're doing, is because if we did units, I mean, we're talking about whatever our total there was, which was close to 20,000, I want to say. So it's tough. And we're not going to build our way out of it. It would completely change our community character and our market if we were to build that many homes. And so that's why we put the targets where we did. That's why we created the circles that show units built or preserved, or units subsidy provided, so that we can talk about that we can't build our way out of it. There has to be these other efforts in order to create affordable housing opportunities for people within our community. We will look at language and see how we can incorporate the opportunities for people to stay if they wish to do so within our community. Thank you so much for the feedback.
Yeah, just one more comment I thought I'd add to this. There's definitely a social, environmental justice element to this, right? I just want to acknowledge that as we're talking about climate migrants or climate refugees, or I'm sure there's a lot of debate around that nomenclature and terminology, and it's all still up in the air, and we'll come to something most equitable and fair as we learn more. But the very people who are most affected by rising temperatures and our changing climate and in need of moving to somewhere like Flagstaff, they're exactly the people who can't afford to come here. And so when I talk about second homeowners and folks moving from Phoenix or the Verde Valley up into Flagstaff, I'm not just saying let's not grow. Let's keep all those poor lizard-skinned folks down there in the desert. What I'm saying is that the type of housing that we want to make available isn't just for people who already live in Flagstaff, but for the folks who are most affected by the changes that they need relief from. I'm thinking about folks who don't have air conditioning in their cars and drive to work every day and leave their car in a hot parking lot. That's just one quick example. So, and then the other thing, I think the way we fundamentally need to think about this is not that we just need to build more units for the entire housing continuum, but that we should cater to building the specific kind of units that the folks I'm talking about are interested in. Just to be blunt about it, the person looking for a second home isn't going to want a 2-bedroom apartment. They're looking for a home, and perhaps I'm oversimplifying this a little bit, but it's only to jostle loose the way we're thinking about this. And you guys are the experts, so you can put a finer point on it. But we should be building the types of units that lower income folks are able to and attracted to moving into. And that will help balance that out a little bit, I'm thinking. But also, I'm just sort of thinking out loud with you all here. So if I'm completely off on that, please feel free to take the time to correct my thinking.
Far be it for me to correct a city council member. I don't think you're off in your thinking. I think that there are some really meaningful discussions that need to happen around this moving forward, which is one of the reasons that there are so many different explore and examine strategies within the plan, because 9 months isn't enough time to answer those questions, but it is enough time to say, hey, we could really use meaningful discussion. We could use meaningful discussion around that, and we will take that time through plan implementation. What we plan to do is to come to council with an annual report, and the next pieces of here's what we're tackling in the coming year. We'll get input from the Housing Commission and input from council, so that because it is a big lift, there's a lot of stuff in here, but there's also some things that are dominoes. One needs to happen before the other. So once it's in place, we will have an implementation plan. We do have a schedule. It's not a schedule. It's a dependency list that we've done. What does need to happen before something else, and what types of conversations are going to be meaningful before we tackle some of the other strategies within the plan. So I view this as the start of our conversation about the plan, definitely not the end. I think the coming to council in December will be kind of the wedding, and then we'll report out on the marriage of how it's going on an annual basis. So we'll be in it all together.
And Sarah, Mayor, just lastly, real quick, I also wanted to mention that the type of housing that I'm talking about that we want to use to attract people equitably to Flagstaff is exactly the type of housing that's better for infill and for anti-sprawl efforts and smart growth. So just throwing that in there, and partially one of the reasons why I found it difficult not to vote in favor of approving the CUP this afternoon, in spite of the very real traffic issues I think need to be solved in that situation. So it can be very contextual, but the need is real, and I hope it's noticed out there that I recognize that, and just very grateful for all the efforts to make this an inclusive process and an equitable one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I agree with a lot of what Mr. Aslan just said. And of course, part of that is building more units, hopefully the type of units that are better for the city. And it's already in the plan, but I do think we need to focus on what are the barriers for builders to build. And again, that's in the plan. First of all, I want to say thank you to Sarah and the team, especially Leah, and the Housing Commission and everyone else that went into this very large task. Excellent job. I did read it in great detail over the weekend, and I have a list of comments which I've sent to Leah and to Sarah already, and there's kind of like two categories. One is typographical errors, misspelled words, ways to make the presentation more understandable to the public. I'm not going to go over those. I sent those to staff, and I trust that they will at least read them, if not incorporate all of them, at least consider them. But I do have 4 items that I thought I should bring up to council to kind of bounce it off council and see if there's agreement. So I'll just read those. And on page 7, I was proposing to add a new item to the list under Protect 3. And that would be support legislation that will encourage occupancy of Flagstaff housing by Flagstaff residents rather than for second homes. For instance, lower property taxes on properties occupied by primary residences. Now, I will note that that is included back in the table. It starts at page 44 as Protect 3.1. So I don't think that's controversial, but I just thought it should be added up in the front of the report since I think it's very important. If there's no comments, I'll go on to the next one.
Go for it.
All right. Page 24, under the second home discussion, you might want to mention that the trend of people working from home makes it more practical for people to have a home in Flagstaff, even if their primary job location is elsewhere. I think because of COVID and working at home, things are changing a lot, and I just thought we might want to mention that. Moving on to number 3, and this is in the table. It starts at page 44 under Create 2.2. I just point out that the existing policy is that development should pay its own way so that existing property owners are not required to have higher taxes to subsidize new development. That's kind of been the policy of this council, that every project should pay its own way. So if we start waiving fees and things like that, how does that get paid for? Well, it gets paid for by other property tax owners. And that's really counterproductive to the goal of making all housing more affordable. And my last one, it said that we need to ease the rezoning in CUP process, conditional use permit, as appropriate. I think that is a true statement, but I think we need to be cautious about what we do. I mean, we saw a night, if we had eased the CUP process, the meeting we had earlier tonight could not have happened. So yes, we do need to look at our zoning code, our CUP process, et cetera, but let's not go overboard on that, and we need to be deliberative to make sure that we do something that's rational and productive and doesn't create secondary problems. As we all know, zoning and CUP processes can be very controversial, and the people in the community are very interested in their outcomes, and we as a council are too. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. But again, overall, a very good report. I'm supportive of what I read. Just a couple of minor changes here and there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick comment after hearing Councilmember Aslan's comments. I had an idea, and I wanted just to run it by staff and see if we could maybe dive into this deeper as we continue down this path. I was thinking about the role of developers in all this, and even thinking about the discussion we had earlier tonight. Something that would be helpful for me as a council member is better understanding what are some of those cost trigger points in luxury homes that affect the market rate versus more workforce Flagstaff housing for our locals. And so if we had a better understanding as council members as to, okay, if they do this, that means the price is likely going to go up X amount. If they do this, it's going to lower the price X amount. Or just like the cookie cutter, project that is workforce housing. What does that look like? And then have that lens to compare with projects as they come forward. Aura comes to mind, that project we approved a while back. That's luxury housing. That's a luxury. It had the intent to be luxury apartments, and that bothered me. And I felt that, if we had more understanding as a council body as to what we can ask developers to provide in a clear, concise manner that is, going to at least try to undercut the market the best we can as a council body with a project, with a developer. That might be helpful, Sarah and Leah and Justina, if there was that, just like a one-pager that says, these are the basics that, council need, the council checklist for workforce housing. This is what you need. And then, maybe evaluate a few of the developers that have come before council in the past few years and showing where they overlap and where they don't overlap with the workforce minimum needs of any resident in town. Just a thought. Just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember McCarthy, and then Councilmember Salas.
Just to talk real briefly about, why it costs so much to build a house. Just let's compare Phoenix to Flagstaff. Phoenix, everything's flat. There's no big rocks in the ground. There's tons of land. We don't have any of those things. So it's always going to cost more to build a house here than it does in Phoenix, or any other flat land. But there's other choices. I mean, in my past, I've owned several houses. Some of them had solid oak cabinets in the kitchen. Other ones had Formica covered cabinets. Big difference in cost. What the floor coverings are. A lot of those things can have a dramatic impact on housing. I don't think we want to skimp on things like insulation and, double pane windows. My first house had single pane windows. That's ridiculous. But yes, there are things we can do and builders can do to impact the cost of their units. They're not going to take rocks out of the ground. They're there. But on things like oak cabinets versus some, budget cabinets, it can make a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to Miss Sarah, Miss Costa and Ms. Bloom and the rest of our amazing and awesome housing section staff. I hope you could see this. Where's the camera? There. Big, grateful hearts. I remember in Council's budget retreat for FY19 and FY 2019-2020, when Council made a deliberate decision to allocate $25,000 to propel research on housing affordability. And that research provided the breath of life in declaring the housing emergency crisis last year, and of course, creating the Housing Commission. And I am in awe of the accomplishment so far in coming up with the draft plan, of course, with the hard work of all the stakeholders and partners involved, and with Vice Mayor Daggett's role as council liaison to the Housing Commission. So thank you. I want to add to the conversation in terms of some comments and perhaps future discussion as the plan evolves, since we are still in the public comment process and we're giving space and time for members of the community, stakeholders, and partners to weigh in on the draft plan. First is perhaps address the issues and challenges of land trust, the voucher program, and the VASH and other programs that are currently in place, and what the challenges and issues are, and how we could address those issues and challenges. And then also perhaps add a discussion about potential repurposing of existing student housing and transform them into workforce housing. Of course, those conversations and discussion need to happen to the respective development and those private property owners. Third is lift up the housing conversation in a macroeconomic perspective, where we include housing attainability, housing affordability, housing availability in discussions of policy and budget and advocacy in terms of land use, housing as it relates to economic development, housing as it relates to workforce development, transportation, childcare, in addition to housing as it relates to healthcare. And then my other comment is about your robust outreach effort. If you could also include the neighborhood associations and the homeowners associations, the different business organizations aside from the Chamber of Commerce, such as the Builders Association, the Northern Arizona Leadership Alliance, and other business groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas.
Mayor, this is Leah. Can I say something?
Of course.
Please. I just wanted to follow up. Thank you, Councilmember, and rest assured that our stakeholders list in sharing this information includes everybody that you noted and more.
Excellent, thank you. Anything else, Council? All right, well, we've been at it for about an hour and coming on 2 hours. So
I'm sorry to interrupt.
yep.
We do have public comment for this
Yes, we
item.
do. I'm sorry. I just remember that. Kevin Good. Is he here?
He may have already left. But we do have virtual comments.
Okay, virtual comments, please. Okay, great. Yeah, if you wanted to grab a card from back there to fill out, I'd be happy to have you up. Just you can do that thereafter, but we just have to have these things for public record purposes. But yeah, come right up.
I just wanted to thank the council and you guys for addressing, trying to address an issue that has plagued this community since the beginning. Housing. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Matt Handwork. I've been a resident in Flagstaff for 12 years, and I feel like this document completely misses the mark. You guys are trying to address fair housing. You guys are trying to address equality. You guys are trying to address basically affordable housing as well. And you're all doing it in one document that you have had 9 months to come up with that honestly completely misses the mark. Where's the means to an end to this? You guys have basically Flagstaff conforming to federal government HUD guidelines, us Flagstaff residents relying on federal government subsidies. How is that okay? How is that sustainable for the long run? Us sending our money to the government just for them to send it back to us in subsidies? That's not okay with me. You guys say right in here how businesses are going to be burdened with more and more and more regulation and stuff that they have to report to the government. How is a property manager supposed to continue to run his business and be profitable and competitive in a market that is based off of capitalism with you guys introducing legislation that makes it impossible for us to manage and us to work? I feel like this document completely misses the mark. You guys are trying to subsidize, create reliance on government, when really you're trying to address the same old issue of supply and demand. We've been trying to do this for years. We live in a limited world. Supply and demand is basically what would help solve all of these issues, not government regulation, not a document that is so widespread across housing, equity, inclusion. I mean, it just seems to me like this document completely misses the mark. And admitted in here, you guys are already implementing this to business owners and people that are in our community. Earlier today, four houses got designated to low-income designation, and the only reason why that got passed is because they rounded up 3.9 to 4. And that's how is somebody they're going to designate that to a resident that all of a sudden now can't afford to pay to keep that place up, or to live in that community, or to go all the way across town to a grocery store. Don't you think that would be better served as a grocery store location for a community with 1,500 more houses going in right across the street? I mean, it's just...
Thank you for your
today
comments.
You guys let us down.
Yeah. No, I understand. One of the things about this document, too, is really looking at where we can deregulate. It's working with developers to see what incentives may provide a larger housing stock for a workforce. So I hear you. There's a lot of stuff in this that we're looking at, but know that we are keeping that in mind, and that if you do have some suggestions on particular deregulations or something to that effect that could help support increasing that supply, I'm sure I'd love to, then you can always send to council@flagstaffaz.gov
And
with any
appreciate
sort
it.
of
I got
solutions.
challenged today by Mr. Shimoni online today to come to this meeting and talk to you guys, and here I am. So I just the way that this document is written up just leaves it so open-ended for city council members to pick and choose who they want to partner with. There's no guideline. It's where's the means to an end for residents in this town not relying on government. And that's creating jobs, not creating regulation. That's creating more wealth in Flagstaff.
Yeah, and thank you. We have, this is why we're having the public participation for 60 days. These are the kinds of things that we need to hear.
Right.
So I'm
because
happy
today,
to...
the way that you guys I'm sorry to say this, but you guys completely dismissed 6 to 10 residents today that came up and voiced their concerns to vote on another bit of a developer that sat over here and hemmed and hawed and basically badmouthed Flagstaff the entire time he was here, just for him to get up and leave. As soon as you 6 voted yes on this project, him and his lawyers were getting up and leaving. And that's just the way you guys are just completely missing the point here.
Thank you, and please send me that information of the rest of council. We do have some other public participants electronically we need to get to as well.
Okay.
So, thank you.
We have Kara House. You should be able to unmute and turn on your camera if you'd like.
Having trouble.
Doesn't come in. I am speaking today as a president. It seems like a lifetime ago that I stood in front of council and asked.
Kara, sorry, you're breaking up a bit there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So it seems like a lifetime ago that I stood in front of council and asked the question I think still persists in this look at Flagstaff's housing emergency. If not us, then who? If not now, then when? I'm proud to support the efforts of the 10-year housing plan, and thank you for embracing now as the time to give your support to it as well. This plan is not an end, but a first step down the path towards addressing Flagstaff's ever-increasing housing needs. Its solutions do not give us all the answers, but it gives us an important start toward uncovering them. In looking at the local, statewide, and national housing crisis, I see the importance of creatively engaging our community and community partners to meet the needs of all people across all neighborhoods of Flagstaff for the creative development of safe, decent, affordable
You're starting to break up again. Can you turn off your camera feed maybe and see if that helps? It was working well before.
Mission, all who live here embrace. To protect
Kara, sorry, you're breaking up pretty bad there.
Quality of life for all. Health. It is hope. And it is. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes. No, there's a little better.
Okay. So, housing is health. It is hope. And it is in and with that hope that I ask you as council to consider this 10-year housing plan and help us as a city engage in the work of cultivating creative partnerships across agencies and industries, pursuing policy-based changes, and finding ways to bring safe, decent, affordable, and equitable to every neighbor in Flagstaff. If not us, then who? If not now, then when? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another public participant?
Yes, we have one more, I believe.
We have Deborah Harris. You should be able to unmute and turn on your camera if you'd like.
I think you're currently muted, Ms. Harris. Oh, we can see you, but we can't hear you. Yeah, I think we have, you're still on mute there. Is there a way we can unmute her on our end? Okay. Oh, Ms. Harris, I'm sorry, we're still on mute. We can see you, but can't hear you. Yeah. Well, Ms. Harris, we'd love to hear your commentary or at least read it. If you could send it an email our direction, we'd definitely appreciate that. Definitely like your input. All right, yeah, I think Salzburg just sent you a little message there, but all right, is that the last participant?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, well, with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we finish up the Advancing Resilience in Flagstaff. Let's just make it 10 minutes. Be back here at 7:36, please. Oh, there, it's working. All right, we're back in session and ready for the grand finale here. Agenda item 5, Advancing Resilience in Flagstaff, preliminary discussion. Jenny.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jenny Neiman, Climate Program Manager. It's really nice to see you all. I'm here tonight to introduce a partnership with the Climate Science and Solutions Program at NAU. We're working with the graduate students in this program during this fall semester to build an updated resilience document that will be a resource for the city. This is a really timely and important discussion. It, of course, relates to the discussion that you just had. And we think that it can be used not only as a tool for implementation of the carbon neutrality plan, but also will be a tool that can be used by all city departments pretty much every day, right, as we start to think about the future, as well as for residents, businesses, other folks in our community. So I'm very happy to now introduce Noah and Kelsey, who will be leading this discussion. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for taking the time to hear our presentation tonight. As Jenny mentioned, my name is Kelsey Kraft. This is my classmate, Noah Humphrey. We are master's students at Northern Arizona University in the Climate Science and Solutions program. This semester, our class is partnering with the city, as Jenny mentioned, to compile a climate resiliency resource document that will synthesize existing city climate documents and create an accessible resource for the public as Flagstaff faces the impacts of climate change. Nope. The goal of our presentation tonight is to introduce our project to you and to obtain feedback from you all regarding what you see as the highest priorities as it really relates to adaptation and resilience in Flagstaff. The goals of our project are fourfold. So our first goal is to expand on the adaptation methods already outlined in Flagstaff's carbon neutrality plan. Our second goal is to consolidate information that's provided in other relevant city documents. Our third goal is to facilitate conversations with the Flagstaff community and key community representatives to obtain feedback as it relates to adaptation in Flagstaff. And finally, we hope to provide recommendations to the city in the form of a resilience resource document. So as shown on this slide, the city has worked very hard in creating a number of documents relating to climate change. As I mentioned, our goal is to synthesize those documents into a resilience resource document that is accessible to the public and reflects community concerns and priorities as they relate to adaptation. So we are about to cover a brief refresher on the vulnerabilities and areas for adaptation within Flagstaff. We are aware that you guys have likely heard these before, but I do want to make sure that we're on the same terms for some terminology that we'll be using throughout our presentation and in our final project. So the first term that we want to cover is resilience. And we define resilience as a community's ability to thrive when change occurs, and it involves the ability to anticipate and prepare for changing conditions. Our second term is vulnerability, which we define as the potential to be harmed. An example of vulnerability within Flagstaff is infrastructure such as homes, buildings, or businesses that are located within flood or fire-prone areas. Finally, we'd like to define adaptation, which we define as actions that increase the ability to withstand, respond to, or cope with climate change impacts. The relationship between adaptation and resilience is that adaptations are steps or actions that we can take to work towards resilience. An example of Flagstaff that Flagstaff has already engaged in adaptation is providing HEPA air purifiers to community residents at higher risk of respiratory illness. So as mentioned, we're going to cover a brief review of some of the vulnerabilities and areas for adaptation in Flagstaff. Before we do that, I'm just going to cover some of the basic impacts that Flagstaff's likely to see due to climate change. I'm aware that you guys, this is a review for you all, so I'll try to make it quick. So as listed in the 2018 Flagstaff Vulnerability Assessment, climate change in Flagstaff is likely to bring hotter temperatures and increased risk of disease or illness due to increased presence of mosquitoes and other pests. We're likely to see less snowpack as increased temperatures shift precipitation from snow to rain. We are likely to see increased high severity wildfire risk that's due in part to increased damage from forest pests due to drought-stressed trees. And then speaking of drought, we are likely to see more severe drought conditions as temperatures rise. And finally, we're likely to see lowered water quality of reservoirs.
Thank you, Kelsey. Mayor and Council, my name is Noah Humphrey, and I'm going to dive into some of the more in-depth vulnerabilities that we found to be pertinent within Flagstaff and surrounding areas. So climate change effects are already being felt in and around Flagstaff and will continue to be felt. And so we have four main subjects here that we're going to dive into. So we have tourism and economy, we have water supply and infrastructure, we have land use and housing, and public health and safety. So getting right into tourism and economy, we understand that Flagstaff is a very popular tourist hotspot, and with that, a lot of people come here year-round to spend their vacations. And so these people coming into town help bolster our economy by spending money on things such as lodging, grocery stores, restaurants, and etc. So with looking to winter tourism, one of the possibilities that we are concerned about is, as Kelsey mentioned, seeing precipitation fall in the form of rain rather than snow. So it's very possible that Snow Bowl, our ski resort that already has to produce a lot of artificial snow just to keep ski seasons going, is going to have a harder time doing this, and therefore it may just decrease the length of ski season, decreasing people coming here in the winter, possibly. And then looking towards summer tourism, we have three topics that we're kind of thinking of, and these are going to be the increased possibility for drought, increase in wildfires here and around the area, and increase in summer temperatures. So we realize that these may temporarily decrease visitation numbers, but as a whole, just like with the whole housing crisis, a lot of people are coming to Flagstaff, and we still expect to see high visitation rates through all the summer months. So then looking at our water supply and infrastructure. As you guys know, here in the arid Southwest, water is a sensitive subject. And really what we want to think about here, or that we're thinking about, is that there's going to be an increase in water need, like water demands, and there's going to be a possibility for a decrease in the water supply. As well as going back to talking about snow, part of our water resources are reliant on snowpack and runoff that comes off in the spring to help replenish our groundwater and, for instance, our Lake Mary Reservoir. So that, as far as the rest of water as well, there's just some possibilities for more stress on our water infrastructure. And it's important to note that with climate change and precipitation, we're not necessarily going to see an increase or decrease in precipitation, but likely just an increase in extreme weather events. And so pictured here is one of those extreme weather events in the form of a monsoon. This occurred mid-July this year over on Steves Boulevard in East Flag. And I know you guys are well aware of all the flooding that we've dealt with in Flag. So next, we're going to look at our forest health. So Flagstaff is situated in the largest ponderosa pine stand in the world. And because of that, we get to enjoy our trees and all the great things that come with them. But living in a big forest brings a lot of risk, especially related to climate change and possible things like wildfire. So we're expecting to see an increase in temperatures throughout the summer months, and this is going to directly relate to longer fire seasons around and in Flagstaff. And longer fire seasons are just going to increase the chance for stand replacing wildfires, which essentially just means that a fire burns through with extreme fire behavior. It burns all the nutrients out of the soil and leaves a really non-conducive space for new forest growth. And I believe Kelsey mentioned it as well, but it's possible that our drought-stricken pine trees are going to be more affected by pine beetle and bark beetle infestations. So I have a stat for you guys, and this stat comes from NIFC. It's the Northern Interagency Fire Center based out of Boise, Idaho. So on average, every year, acres burned due to wildfire in the past 5 years shows an 85% increase when compared to the 10-year average in Arizona. Should have mentioned that, my bad. So it's not really just like one or two bad fire seasons, but really we're noticing that there's a trend here. And it's not just here in Flagstaff or here in the Southwest like Arizona and New Mexico, but it's taking place all over the western United States. And here we just have a picture of the museum fire, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with, happened over behind Mount Eldon. And another very close to home fire was this summer, the Raphael fire that occurred just southwest of town. And I know, just speaking on fire, personally, I'm really excited to dive into some of these tactics for adaptation because I have 4 years of experience as a wildland firefighter. So it's very exciting. Next, looking at some of our infrastructure and services in Flagstaff. So we've seen and are continuing to see an increase in population in Flagstaff, and just with an increase in population, we're going to see stress occur on a lot of our services and systems, such as our roads, our waste management, our energy, and coupled with the effects from climate change, it's just going to add that much more stress to some of our systems. And I have a stat from the National Weather Service, which was that this year in Flagstaff, we recorded heat temperatures that tied and surpassed heat temperatures throughout the summer months upon recorded history. So something to think about with this increasing summer heat is that a lot of people's homes in Flagstaff are not equipped with air conditioning units. And so seeing an increase in heat will likely increase people installing air conditioning units, possibly running their fans more, which is just going to require a higher energy supply provided by the city to support those needs. And last but not least, I want to touch on public health and safety. So just to go over a couple of figures we have here, is that air quality throughout especially the western United States, but the whole United States, is seeing an increase in low quality air days, highly due to wildfire smoke. So a low quality air day essentially just means that it's not advisable to be outside doing the things we love to do because of possible long-term health effects and respiratory effects. Then looking into the increase in heat temperature in Flagstaff, it's possible that we are going to see increases in things like heat-related illnesses such as heat stress, heat stroke, and dehydration. And it's important to note here that it's going to be the marginalized communities in Flagstaff that are feeling the brunt of these effects, people that aren't able to get out of the heat and get to a better situation. So, and then looking towards mental health, a little bit broad, but so as a world kind of walking into this climate emergency that we're facing, we are going to be witnesses and a part of a lot more extreme weather events and even possible natural disasters. And all of these things are very traumatic and people can hold on to that trauma for months, even years, in the form of stress or anxiety. And so it's just something to think about with our mental health services and systems, that climate change could directly lead to more mental health issues in Flagstaff. And that's all I have for you guys. I'll turn it back over to Kelsey, so thank you.
So why does this all matter? As just covered, climate change is occurring and will continue to occur in Flagstaff. Unfortunately, that is true regardless of the actions that Flagstaff as a community takes to lessen its impacts on climate change. So with increasing vulnerability, it is important to invest in a resilient community. To build a resilient community, it's important to have information about the vulnerabilities Flagstaff faces that is easily understood and readily accessible. The goal of our project is to create a comprehensive resilience resource document that is easy to find and access, that can be used by the public and the city as a resource to guide and inform future action. On a more personal note, our class is extremely excited about this project. We're looking forward to getting feedback from the community to learn about what issues are important from them. This includes trying to reach out to our most vulnerable in the community so that their needs are reflected in our document. We are also excited about having an impact on issues that are directly affecting our lives, as several of our classmates have already been directly impacted by the negative effects of climate change. Finally, our class is excited to help people in the community gain a better idea on what adaptation and resilience means and what it looks like in Flagstaff. So presented here is a summary of our plan of action for the semester. I just want to point out our emphasis on gaining community feedback through our public forum and gaining feedback from key community representatives such as yourselves and the various commissions. We will plan to present our final resilience resource document to you all at the end of November. So I just want to say thank you again for hearing our presentation. I know it's probably been a long day for you guys, but we really do appreciate it, and we are really looking forward to hearing any feedback you have regarding what you see as the priorities relating to adaptation and resilience, any information you would like to see included in our document, or anything else that's pertinent to our project. If you don't have anything right now but think of something later, you are welcome to email us at the email address on the screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelsey, and thank you, Noah. This is a really great overview. This is such a really cool project to be doing. Council, do you have any comments, feedback at this time? Vice Mayor?
I would just like to restate our thanks and our gratitude to you for choosing this as a project that your class wanted to take on. I think that this can be very beneficial to our work and to all of the city's work around sustainability and climate action. So thank you.
Well, one thing I was going to add is in terms of the air quality, it's not just a matter of the wildfires, as you likely know, but now we're facing it with the post-wildfire flooding. that the T3 soil that is coming up and into the air in this community we're trying to clean up with the street sweepers and everything else, well, it is really affecting people's asthma. It's affecting a lot of other aspects. So it continues on more than just when our phones are saying, oh, the air quality is bad as ash is coming down on top of us like it was back in June, July. So yeah, just wanted to throw that out there and then have some solutions on the air quality aspect, which, the HIPAA air filters we're working on, but yeah, just an important point that something that my eyes opened up to a little more after the flooding, that flooding can cause air quality issues that are more localized though than a wildfire air quality issue. So.
Definitely, thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you to your classmates and anyone from your team that is here tonight. I really appreciate your work and partnership with Jenny and our team at the city. It's really exciting when we collaborate like this. I think we can really achieve a lot in these types of collaborations. So very excited to see this moving forward and to have your interest on these topics. A couple comments. I always have ideas, so I love the idea of a comprehensive resource guide. I think that's wonderful. A big challenge we often face is communication with the public. And you all being students at NAU, that is a huge population that we are very disconnected from and often are disconnected from us. So anything we can do, maybe utilizing social media, trends on campus, making things trendy, little challenges. Like I remember my little organized effort before I got elected. We did like an ice bucket challenge, but we did Do Your Best to Divest campaign where we would like take off a vest and like do videos of us divesting and trying to encourage our own peers. So any creative outreach while having clothes on underneath the vest. But it was great, and you can find the videos on social media. They're hilarious. You'd have people anyways, it was really fun, and it was funny. And the key thing is that it's got to be fun and funny, right? But anything you all can do to help empower your own peers on campus and communicate these resources and these actions that we're looking to achieve. The big shift that we keep talking about at the city, getting people out of their cars, being part of the change that we're hoping to see. And working with students, I think, is such a good return on our investment because students and people who are younger are they're more open to change. They're more open to these things. They're not yet set in their ways. And so anything you can do to not only help us with what you're talking about, but communicate and empower your own peers, I think would be awesome and incredible. And social media comes to mind as a good tool to use. But I'll let you all play with that idea and see what you come up with. Let me think what else I have.
Video. Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that.
Videos, yeah. Well, the thing is, you all know about videos. I'm up here preaching it like broken records, but you all get it. The videos work well, right? Especially short videos. Right. TikTok, thank you, Councilmember Salas. Karaoke, not so sure about that one, but anyways, that is a challenge. So yeah, just throwing some ideas at you. We have a lot of great resource documents at the city. It's really the connection of communication with the public and empowerment and excitement that is the hard part. And I think younger people and students bring a lot of good energy and excitement and empowerment. I think it's something that you have naturally. So just throwing that at you to see what you can come up with. I'll stop talking. Thank you. But yeah, I'm very excited about what you're working on.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. I look forward to seeing the document. And I do want to echo what Councilmember Shimoni said. I think getting creative and reaching out to the community on how they can help you spread the word, local businesses, et cetera. But think outside that box and see what you can come up with. Thank you.
Councilmember Salas.
Yeah, we'll take a TikTok and karaoke challenge just to get the word out. First of all, yeah, thank you for taking this project. You know, it's a huge project to embark on with short timeline, and gratitude and appreciation for your effort and plan of action. So we're looking at resilience and climate action with the lenses of diversity, inclusion, equity, and access. So if I could also lend a voice and add to your plan of action, if you could engage, as Council Member Sweet has mentioned, is to engage our local business community and involve and engage them as partners to coming up with solutions, and also take into account their current efforts in terms of resiliency and sustainability. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of success stories among our local businesses that they already have in place in terms of resilience and sustainability efforts. As well, when it comes to engaging the different commissions, and I think this can be done virtually too, is to invite pretty much all our city commissions, because I'm pretty sure they all want to be involved and contribute to the discussion on strengthening our resiliency. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as I've learned about climate change over the last few years, and as Council has discussed it, I think the focus has been on trying to slow down climate change or try to prevent it. And, you know, we're doing our small part. And, of course, part of that is just being an example so that bigger government entities like the United States and the United Nations will do the work that really has to be done. But I think what occurred to me as I was reading, I read your presentation over the weekend and just saw it, is that, you know, we really do need to focus on adaptation, or whatever word you're going to use, because regardless of what Flagstaff does on cutting back on emissions, we're going to have a lot of climate change. And I think the impacts on forests and burning and flooding have become so crystal clear. Yeah, Priuses floating down the street. I mean, if that doesn't get it across, I don't know what does. So there's really 2 chapters in this book, so to speak. And I think you appreciate that, but I just thought I'd mention it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, with that, thank you so much for coming to show us what you're working on, and we're definitely looking forward to the end result and seeing it again here in a few months.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Do we have anyone for general public participation?
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right, then we're to the informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager, and future agenda item requests. I'm going to start with the virtual council member, since his hand is raised still.
It's just part of the exercise regimen to do here. Sorry. I don't have anything tonight.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Shimoni? I can come around if you're still organizing. Vice Mayor?
Nothing tonight.
All right, Councilmember McCarthy?
Okay, I have a couple things. I think I'm going to talk to the city manager on these things. Greg, are you listening? Okay. I think a lesson we learned in the first part of this meeting tonight is that sometimes our procedures say, for instance, that if we're going to revise a development agreement, that we don't need to publicly notice that. And I think that's okay in most cases. But I think I would ask you and your staff when things are potentially very sensitive, and you've done this in other areas where you've used your judgment to say, if something's sensitive, I will bring it to council. And you've been excellent at that. But I think a lesson learned tonight was that sometimes when a DA is up for revision, we need to notice the area residents. I don't think we need to do that in every case. I think it can be a judgment thing on the part of you, your staff, and in all honesty, the part of the council. I think maybe when we had that discussion of the development agreement last December, we should have slowed down and said, no, we need to get the public more involved in this. So we didn't break any rules, but lesson learned. That was my first item. What else have I got in my notes here? I guess a question. We're going to be talking about flood impacts and what we can do. Is that kind of coming to council? Wasn't there there was a citizen petition on that, wasn't there? And then, so that'll be coming before council in the next month or so? Maybe Stacy knows.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the citizens petition that was received regarding the museum flood mitigation plan is scheduled for October 5th. So next week, it will be presented to council as a fair item.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Stacy and City Manager. And thank you, Sterling, just for being yourself.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind everyone to maybe take it slow this weekend. There is a lot of activity happening with NAU Parents Weekend. We've got Oktoberfest, First Friday Art Walk, a lot of activity. So just remember, have some patience when you're out on the road and watch what you're doing and hopefully attend some fun things. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tomorrow is the grand opening of Elevated Shredding. It's the local company that shreds paper and recycle paper, and also work with a nonprofit to provide employment to individuals with disabilities. And then on Thursday we have a retreat about the core services facility, and I'm pretty sure that will be posted, and the agenda and packet will be posted as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas, I believe a draft agenda has already been circulated and the presentations have gone out. There will not be any other additional staff information for that. The presentation should give you a good idea of what will be discussed in the order in which it will be discussed. A question was asked earlier this evening about virtual attendance versus in person. It's entirely a personal choice with you. We are set up for in-person retreat, but if you want to attend virtually, it won't be as smooth as it is here, but it will be effective.
Yeah.
And it will be recorded, as always. Hard start at 8:30 in the morning. We will make sure you're properly nourished and caffeinated, and we think it'll be a good retreat. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Just note to the public that the agenda is already posted online, and they can access that now. And then on Friday, I'm volunteering with our Discover Flagstaff DOP Highway, and we'll be pulling invasive woods and clean up part of I-17. And then I think, I'm not sure if this is happening, but I have it on my calendar. On Saturday, we have a dedication of Sawmill County Park, which will be dedicated to former supervisor Mr. Chileta. I have to confirm that, though. I just had that on my calendar, and an invite was sent by Supervisor Vasquez. And on Tuesday is the groundbreaking of JoJo's Place with Housing Solutions Northern Arizona. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember McCarthy had one more thing.
Just one more thing. The woman that was severely impacted by the flooding spoke tonight at public participation, and she made the comment that, you know, it's really hard to get in here at 3 o'clock for working people. I guess I wondered if there's some way we can communicate this better to the public, that, you know, certain things won't happen until 5 or 6 o'clock or something. You know, in the old days when I was on council, we would have 2 separate meetings, and we would do all the routine stuff early, and then the stuff where the public was interested, we would do later. And I just, you know, would like people to think about how we might be able to facilitate that. I have some sympathy for people that, like, am I going to get off work 2 hours early just to come in and make a comment to council? When in fact, under the old system, they could come in later and they wouldn't have that should I leave work early question. So just a thought. Hopefully the council and staff will think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I will mention that, yeah, we definitely need to still keep our finger on the pulse with regarding timing, but at the same time, I mean, we live in a city that has very odd working hours. For example, I used to not be able to come to council meetings because my wife went to the hospital at 7 p.m. and I needed to be home with small children. So I guess it's hard to be able to accommodate the many different types of working schedules, but being able to communicate that better out so we can make sure that people know when and where to participate, then that would be a good thing.
Mayor and council, I know it's fairly innocuous, but we really shouldn't do the back and forth during the 2 front. Thanks.
Yep, Sterling's got it. All right, well, with that, oh, yeah, you got to finish off here, Shimoni.
I have a few things to run by really quick. Sorry to hold you up. I know, surprise, surprise. Okay, both Vice Mayor and I got to visit Tinkertopia this past week, and it is awesome. If you haven't checked out their new location and what Dr. Ellis has done in Siler Homes?
Yeah.
Out on the east side. It is a great spot, and the community is embracing them very nicely, and definitely check that out, and check out the video I put together on Instagram featuring Dr. Alice. It's great. But yeah, Tuesday through Saturday, for anyone listening, that's when they're open. Check them out. The Alternative Response Town Hall, I thought went well. I thought it was a heated conversation, but I thought that we covered a lot of ground and we got a lot of good things out on the table to allow us to move forward, hopefully united with our community and our community partners. So I'm excited about that. Thank you to everyone that helped make that happen. There is a museum flood area residents meeting tomorrow night at 5:30 p.m. at the Ponderosa Park, 2512 North 1st Street. I hope to see many of you there. We have a council retreat, as Councilmember Salas mentioned, and we're going to be covering wastewater infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure, bicycle infrastructure, and public safety infrastructure. So definitely tune in for that. There's a women's march on Saturday at 2 p.m. On Monday, we have a follow-up conversation on 911 diversion that our police chief and our local dispatch is very involved with, and that's been an ongoing thing, but shout out to local dispatch and Katie Brandis. JoJo's Place groundbreaking was mentioned, and that's very exciting with Devon and McLaughlin at Housing Solutions. And Councilmember McCarthy, thank you for bringing up the public comment, concern, and engagement. I think that the best model, not going back and forth here, just making my own statement, but I think the best model is for us to start at 3 p.m. and then have another start at 5 or 6 and have 2 different public comment portions to give the public that ability to tune in and comment at either of those start times. And last but not least, next Monday, City Clerk Stacey Salzberg and I are doing a part 2 video effort on YouTube and Facebook talking about what it's going to take to run for City Council, going over key dates, signature requirements, et cetera, et cetera. So tune in for that, 5 to 5:30 p.m. next Monday on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you all. That's it.
Cool. All right. Adjourned.